right? Some great people told that, right? Do you believe in it? Yeah, be the change you want to see in the world. So are you all really committed to this cause? So is this International Women's Day going to be different? Okay. Yeah, I'm convinced. Okay, that's good. Okay, so WTM Dare to Be. So that's the tagline. I expect a lot of tweets to come out, a lot of buzz, a lot of festivities. It's going to be a very important day, and I'm very, very excited for that. So let's just reflect on what is the change we want to see in ourselves so we become the change, right? So how many of you have read this book or heard of this term called Ikigai? Okay. I'm glad you all do that. So can anybody just randomly say, what does it mean to you? Sorry, ma'am? Exactly. You need to find your purpose, right? So you need to figure out why you're here in the world, what is your purpose, and so what is all your purpose? What change? Exactly. The make the change is the fact that you have to make this community, this tech community out there in India, wherever it is in the world, innovative. And for it to become innovative, what is the basic ingredient? What is the basic ingredient of innovation? The basic ingredient of any innovation anywhere is diversity. Have you observed nature? Have you all observed nature? So what do you see in nature? Change is constant. Sir, you need to stop talking because I want those women out there to talk. Yeah, but then he's hijacking. He's like one of those front bunchers, right? Yeah. Go ahead, there. Out there. This is an equitable place. Everybody can participate, by the way. People out there, you can also participate. This is as much your event. Yeah, please go ahead. What do you see in nature? Yeah, guys, stand up and say, no? Perfect. So you see change. Change is constant. You see harmony. You also see a picture which is very diverse. Can you imagine a picture, just one thing, like just snow, without any diversity out there, without any change in image? It gets boring. Without diversity, things get boring. And once things get boring, what happens? There's absolutely no interaction, there's no energy, there's nothing happening, there's innovation is not happening, right? So diversity is very key. And gender diversity is something which we are here all committed to solve. And so we all need to make that resolution, make that resolve, that we are going to see that we're going to become the change we want to see. So we've been, like I said, I've been at it for the last 6 years. We made some very, very modest progress, which I'm truly not very proud of. Okay, my manager is not here, so I can tell that. But I want to really get all you folks out there because you guys have the energy, you have the passion. You need to just make sure that you're able to stay honest to the course, to make sure that you're able to drive this change. You become the change. And you start making these small little steps out there to make sure that the community out there becomes diverse, right? So we're doing a lot of work. But if you look at, you remove the surface, look under the hood, there's not impactful progress. There's no transformational work that's happened. So I was speaking to my colleagues here, right? So what is very apparent to all of us as women? In the tech, what is the problem we're trying to solve in the tech industry? Let's address the elephant in the room. So I talked about this picture, right? I'm a very visual guy. What I see is what I believe, right? So I go to colleges. What do I see in South India? What do you all see when you go to colleges, engineering colleges? What do you see? Equitable. Lot of women, lot of boys. Lot of girls, lot of boys. More or less, the visual is equitable. So then you cut, movie cut. Go to the boardroom, decision-making boardroom of corporates, tech leaders, tech industry. What happens? What's the image you see? Women are less. That's the image. So that's a big gap. What is happening? Why is this happening? You need to answer yourself. You need to answer this yourself. You need to become the change. You need to lead from the front. You need to become the change, what you want to see outside, right? So if you want to see that, you need to become especially it's very, very apparent in software engineering. It's very, very visually impactful in engineering field, right? So you need to start addressing that, and we are here, Google and the industry is here. They all want to do this because it benefits us. Diversity benefits tech industry because innovation happens only if there's diversity. It's up to you folks to take that first step, right? Take that step, become the change, become the role models, become the leaders. The moment you become that, your energy starts dissipating, the other people get inspired, then you become the change what you want to become. Okay, so this is a very interesting graph, and this I apply on myself. So when I say I apply on myself, so I have a passion. Other than making India tech industry diverse, I have a lot of other passions too, right? So I leave, for example, I'm very passionate about leading a sustainable life. So I'm very passionate about that. I want to to the best of my capability, I want to have. So that's my passion. That's my purpose. That's my purpose. Why I am. And then obviously I work in Google because I get paid for a skill, for capability, and I also love a lot of other things other than being sustainable. I also like to play golf. I like to spend time with my friends, my childhood friends, my colleagues, because that gives me a lot of, what do you call that hormone? The dopamine thing which makes you feel happy. And then also I'm very aware that I live in a world which is an ecosystem. And for me to enjoy the world, I need to give back. So the more I give, the more I get. So I need to understand that. So that is my ikigai, and I want you all to, and since all of you have read that book, beautiful book, you have to start practicing that. Once you start practicing that, once you start working, zeroing what your passion is, it will happen. It will happen, and whatever change you want to see, it will start happening, right? So that's an example I would just want to share, and I'm sure there's a lot of such examples with each one of you out there. Just make sure that you surface that, make sure you figure out what your ikigai is, what your passion is, what your purpose is, and things will definitely fall in place. Okay, so Women Techmakers program has been wildly successful for Google. It's been running for the last 9 to 10 years, and we have very, very passionate, committed women techmaker ambassadors, but it's not enough. For the country as big and as diverse as India is, we just have 150 women techmakers, and some of them are making amazing progress. So we have Divya Krishna, who's our women techmaker ambassador based in Chennai. She's doing an amazing work with the communities. So before I actually speak much about it, can you just roll the video of Divya Krishna's, please?
It's very saddening to see girl children who really wanted to be educated, but still they don't have the opportunity to go to school. They don't have money, their parents are sick, and they just go unnoticed. So I thought, let's target underprivileged girl children and let's educate them what technology is all about. And I was very sure that I wanted new volunteers as a team. I am seeing each volunteer here for the first time. was magical connection between me and all the teammates over here. We had this opportunity to come to this village in Pune. It's in the outskirts of Chennai. I am a cybersecurity student. First, I'll teach them the basics of what computer is and what internet is, and then I'll gradually move on to cybersecurity. We are focusing on such groups because they might not have the privilege to even access the internet or even know about what is happening around them. It is what is being told to them, so they do not have the experience firsthand. What I was teaching them is about what are online frauds, what are the ways in which they can face and tackle them. This is a completely new experience and I haven't done anything like this before, and I wanted to interact with kids of various societal standards and also motivate them to go towards their ambition. This is my first time I've actually come out of my comfort zone, and I really feel this is very empowering and very happy to see all these faces right here. Women are in technology, women are in every field that we can see right now. At the end of the session, they're like, can we come to the city? Can we know a little more about the technology? What type of course can we do when we are in college? If a woman gets the appropriate education in the right age, it can definitely change the society. It can obviously change the country itself.
There are many such inspiring stories from WTM ambassadors. There are many Divyas out there, and we want many more. So there are a lot of benefits of the ambassadors. You get the opportunity to network, you get an opportunity to lead, learn, shine, and it also gives you a platform to practice your passion, right? So that's most important. So WTM ambassador benefits are plenty. So I think we're going to start opening up the application sometime in April. So just stay tuned and apply and become the change you want to see within your community. So we have 150 plus ambassadors as of now in India. I said it's a very small number for the kind of impact what we want to make. It's going to be a rigorous process, not that everybody who applies will get it. Because obviously we want to give some value to the brand called WTM Ambassador. So you will be put under some amount of stress test to really see how committed, how passionate you are to pursue it. So, but then go ahead and apply. If you're passionate, if you're committed, people will see through it and you'll make sure that you become an ambassador. Okay, this is a snapshot of all our ambassadors. This is just some visual representation of these folks. Sorry. Okay, the other thing which we are very, very bullish about is the Women Developers Academy. So the admissions are open. This is the second edition of the Women Developers Academy. How many of you heard it or participated by any chance in this? I see few hands being raised. Yeah, so this is one of the reasons. So I gave you that visual picture, right? Picture taken in the college gathering. And picture taken in a boardroom meeting. So you see a lot of gap, right? So figure out what is missing in that picture. There's a lot of women in this college gathering and less women in this boardroom meeting. To make that bridge happen, we have this Women Developers Academy, especially focused on the tech business, right? So just make sure that if you want to enroll, let other people enroll, participate in this. This academy really helps you build a lot of tech leadership so that we are able to get a lot more women. And one of the benchmark for that is to see that we have Google developer experts out there. How many of you heard of Google developer experts? Okay, so we are not very proud of the diversity of the Google developer experts. So any guess what's the diversity percentage for Google developer experts now? Take a number, guess. No, it was a few years back. So that's the reason why I still have a job in Google. It's gone up. So what is the number? She said 10. It's not as low as that. Huh? No, it's not 30. It is 18%. We definitely want to surpass 30 and touch 40 this year. So we need your help. We really need your help. Okay, the job which I am in, my job is to work with you to make sure that you guys help. yourself, then I eventually get help myself, right? So I really need your help to make sure that we're able to get more women force working as Google Developer Experts so that it becomes equitable. So for that, Women Developer Academy plays an instrumental role. So we have a sufficiently good pipeline, and we're also getting a lot of tech leaders out here who want to groom and mentor these women to become GDs, right? So we also have a lot of women folks signed up as mentors to basically help them figure out how they made it and how they can help others to make it, right? So we have that. Okay, then we have Google for Startup Accelerator. The first cohort of the women founders is graduating today. It's happening at Hotel Conrad, so some of us will be headed there. So this is again, we have a diversity which is less than 20%, but it's much higher than what it used to be some time back. So the good news is it's progressing the right way. Obviously, we want things to gallop. So the next cohort is going to start in a very short time now. Probably we'll be calling for applications in April. So if you have any interesting startups run by women, please ask them to apply for this next cohort. So with that, we also have a startup clinic for women founders. So people who started a project or a product and wanting to get into a startup mode can get into this clinic. We have a lot of people who are helping and volunteering to help these startups. So with that, why gender diversity matters? Because diversity is critical to our planet's existence, and without diversity, innovation suffers. So it's very, very key for us as a tech community, for the industry to grow. We need diversity. Gender diversity is very clear. And like I said, you are the change agents. You have to see the change before you see the change out there. So become the change yourselves. With that, thank you very much. Have a great day. And we can keep in touch, stay in touch, Karthik_Padman, allowed to interact with you on social media. So with all, thank you very much and look forward to having a great day. Thank you.
So the next speaker for the day is Amrit Sanjeev. Amrit leads the Android developer relations team in India at Google and primarily focuses on areas like Android security, identity, and authentication on the platform. Amrit will give you an overview of Android 14. Can we please have a loud round of applause for Amrit?
Thank you. That's right. Good morning, everybody. I'm not going to let you sleep. I'm going to be loud. Anyway, this is going to be a technical session, so I just want to quickly start with a few questions. How many of you folks are developers here? Wow, that's good. Android developers. Okay, a small bunch. So some of this is going to go over your head, but I'm going to keep it as simple as possible. Certain things are technical in nature. This was all about for developers what Android brought about in Android 14, and that's what I was actually going to talk about. I'll try to simplify it as much as possible. Bear with me if it's getting a little too technical. Basically, with Android, we have this whole process of how we release the OS. We have developer previews. And then from that point, we go to a beta. We have multiple developer previews where you can actually test the OS, see the new features, see how your app performs on these new features. And then we go to a beta phase, and then we actually release to public. And this was done basically for developers and OEMs to catch up with the changes and ensure that when users get it, their solutions are actually working without any problems. They have time to kind of fix this. This is a general thing that everybody thinks about it, but there's also one more caveat, one more thing that you can do here. During the developer preview phase, this is an absolutely great point for you to give us feedback, the platform team, on how these changes are affecting you. And we do take these feedback really, really seriously. The reason being, there are many changes in the previous OS versions where we have actually moved out or reworked on based on the feedback that we got from you folks as engineers outside. So please do take the time to kind of test your apps on these phases. At the same time, share feedback sharing feedback is super important for us because then we actually get a signal on what's more important. One of the things I've always noticed about developers in India is when we ask them and we talk to them in one-to-one settings like a conference here, and we go out and during lunch or something we talk, and you ask them what are the top problems, and they tell you spot on, very precise feedback. And my next question is, have you shared this feedback? And nearly every single time the answer is no. And that's not great. Because if you have that feedback, please do share it with us, because then we have a signal to prioritize some of the things that you folks might be seeing and we are blind to. And this helps us kind of let the OS evolve in a way or bring out features in a way where it helps everybody, not just the developers, it also the end users. And you don't have to scramble to kind of rework a complete app to fix things. So during developer preview and the early phase of beta, please flash a device, maybe a Pixel device, and then run your apps on it, test your apps, understand what the changes are. I wouldn't suggest you go ahead and kind of make modifications to your apps to fit it or make it work with the work with the new version, because during developer preview a lot of things can change. There are features which are dropped by the time it goes to beta. There are features which are completely reworked, API contracts completely changing. So the effort you put in to kind of adapt your app to a developer preview build is not always, if it's small, yes, go ahead and do that, but if it's a lot of effort, then maybe you want to wait till beta. By the time it comes to beta, what happens is that you have the OS in a more stable position. We still might make changes which are under the hood. The API contracts won't change. So a lot of times, nearly all times, the API contracts remain stable. So then you are able to kind of go ahead and make changes in your application, adapt your application to work with the new version of the OS without having any breakages as new versions come out or finally the final version is rolled out to users. It is important to adapt, primarily because one of the misconceptions in the ecosystems here is that, oh, you don't have enough devices, so why should I adapt? Usually the best devices, the most paying customers, they usually have the latest devices. They are the ones who are going to get the OS upgrade faster. And every year we have seen a steady increase in the number of the time it takes to kind of reach a certain percentage of the new OS being rolled. Once we roll out, the time it takes to go to a double-digit percentage constantly reducing in the region. So it's more and more important that apps and solutions are tested on newer versions of the OS and they're adapted to work really well there. Let me jump straight into some of the features that we brought in. So I'll start with improving navigation. Many of you have experienced, or switched over from the 3-button navigation to the swipe gesture navigation, right? Now there are gestures or there are controls or third-party libraries which also rely on back gesture. And they compete for this. And which also means that when you're swiping horizontal controls or when you're actually seeking through a video, there's a good chance you're exiting the app because you're actually telling the system, oh, I've swiped back and take me back to the home. This happens more often than you think for your users. Nearly 300 times we did some study around this, so those are numbers from here. But the interesting number is the second one. 10% of that is basically accidentally leaving the app and they have to come back. They accidentally leave the app. So that, and half of that don't come back to the app, which is a loss for app developers. So what we've done is we made that predictive back navigation animations. We added it in Android 13, where we actually show the back to home. When you actually slowly swipe back, you'll actually see the animation which says, oh, you're going back to home. Gives the user the perception, oh, if I continue doing this, I'm gonna go back home. In Android 14, we have added for 2 more. Inactivity back, so the user can understand, oh, if I do a back swipe here, I'm going to go back 1 activity behind. And then you also have the cross activity, so you are moving from one application to another. You can actually go back to the previous application. So for those animations, we have added new things. You can test this and see whether this actually works well for you. You also get signals in your app to kind of work or build animations which will help your users understand this better. Next is on privacy and security. This is an interesting one. From a privacy perspective, we have safety labels added to, say, location permission. So when you're actually giving location permission, you also get to know where you're sharing, what are third-party sites which are actually going to get this information. So there's more information for a user, from a user's perspective, This, as a developer, what you need to understand is this information, if you're not really asking at the permission at the right point, or you're not giving enough rationale for it, then users might end up giving, because they have more information now, they might make better judgments of not sharing location information with you. So you want to be really calling out the location permissions at the right points, helping users understand why you're asking for this information. The other one is photo picker. Most of us have seen situations where, you're setting up an app, you want to give profile picture, and that's the only use case for which you're actually going to give access to your gallery. But once you give permission to your gallery, the entire gallery is accessible for the app, right? Now, we have a photo picker which can allow you to pick exactly one or many photos based on what the use case is, and the app will have access only to those, not to the entire gallery. So you have a choice on what you're sharing with the app in terms of photo. Then screenshot detection API. This allows your app to get a signal when a screenshot is taken by the user on the other end, and you can actually pass that information. This is useful for chat and other applications where privacy, and this is all in terms of privacy where you're letting the user know what is happening with their conversation or with the interaction on the other end. Now moving on to some of the things that we've done on security. When it comes to security, a lot of the work that we have done is in terms of making sure that users are not, or developers are not unintentionally exposing information, or providing an opportunity where a vulnerability can be exploited by another app, or a malicious user, or a malicious intent from another application. So with runtime receivers, which is a concept in Android where if you're actually creating receivers while your app is running, not in your manifest, you've not declared it in your manifest, you're doing it as you're doing it, you have to give the exported flag, otherwise an exception is thrown. This is important to test because a lot of libraries also use this feature. In your code, if you might be very confident that, I'm not using this feature, but many of the libraries that you add might be using this. So it's good that you test most of your use cases in your regression. Look for, there's a logcat entry that we will actually give you, and you can actually look for that, and also it will throw a security exception when basically the receiver is called. So when you register, you will actually get a logcat thing, and when you actually execute it, you actually get the exception. And this reduces a lot of vulnerability. So this is something that we've seen happen in the real world, and we've kind of mitigated it in Android 14. Implicit intents. It'll only be delivered to the exported components. Again, this is something that will, and if your app is launching an activity with an implicit intent, then you will actually get an exception. This avoids other apps from actually doing some malicious work with your thing, and only the exported ones will be available. Null intents are blocked. So when you don't specify an intent filter for an exposed activity for an exposed component, you will not be able to call that. This avoids people from registering the same intent without any without the basic filters, and making the user confused by bringing up a dialog which says, which app do you want to send data to? Some users unintentionally will send the data to the wrong app. So these are sort of places where we've seen vulnerabilities slowly creeping in, and we've actually locked the system down much better. This also means that some of the app developers have been lazy not giving filters. That's I'll put an intent which is exported, but I'm not basically giving a filter. Those are places where the app is going to again have trouble. So you want to fix those things, lock those security things down much better. Dynamic code loading. I don't know how many of you folks work with this, but this is an area which is a lot of interest. Android always allowed dynamic code loading, but there are play policies around this which restricted a lot of this usage. But then there are actually legitimate use cases where you need to dynamically load code. And what we've done now is we have made sure that every time you are actually dynamically loading something, that actually has to be marked as read-only, because you cannot go and override that section. And this is actually a quite complex way of actually hacking, but it still does, people do exploit this vulnerability. So this is something that the platform itself is locking down for the user. From a developer's perspective, you just have very little to do. But from a platform's perspective and from a user security perspective, a lot of things actually change here. Let me switch to some of the core changes. This is going to be where most app developers will actually spend a lot of time testing and re-architecting and reworking their apps, because the changes are quite fundamental in nature and most apps actually have some changes here. So foreground services. Nearly a very, very good number of apps actually use foreground services for many use cases. And this is basically, earlier you now will have to specify at least one foreground service type. This was introduced earlier, foreground service types were introduced earlier. We have added more service types right now, and we have also taken away data sync, and that's deprecated in 14, and in 15 it will be completely out. Now it's a deprecated API, in 15 it will not be there at all, so it's best to kind of migrate out of that. The whole idea with foreground services actually saying that they are actually a particular type is because that allows the OS to kind of determine if out of, so if you're saying that, oh, I am a remote service, a remote messaging service, and if it does something which a remote messaging service is not really supposed to do, then the system will actually intervene and stop that from happening. So there are smarts built into it. So based on what service type you're actually providing, permissions and things like that are different for each of them. So that helps us and the OS to protect the users a lot better. As developers, this is a change that you'll have to fundamentally make. Some of the things like user-initiated downloads, they are large. So if you want to download a large file, most people put a foreground service, say that it's downloading a file, you show a notification, and that's how people are doing. Now you need a permission to do that. So that's an additional step that you'll have to do. That's basically run long jobs. You'll have to ask for that permission, users have to give that, then only you'll be able to run that. So that's another change that is coming in, which I feel fundamentally a lot of apps will have to test for and make some changes for this. If you've done it by the book in your previous build, not relied on the default behavior, then it's all right. You should most probably be covered. But for things like long running jobs, you have some changes coming in. Then we have exact alarms. One is about scheduling. So if you look at the exact alarms, they are like, okay, you want to precisely do a job at a particular instant of time, and those or any of the systems moving it, any of the OS's optimizations, adjusting that time of execution is not allowed. That's what you want to kind of do with exact scheduling of exact alarms. So if you don't schedule the exact, there's also inexact scheduling. Inexact scheduling means, okay, if there's a doze mode running at the time that you have scheduled, it will actually move to the window after doze mode and then execute your code. This is not useful when you actually have things like clocks or alarms for a particular thing that you want to run exactly at that time. You want to inform the user, like you have a timer and the timer ends and you want to inform the user. Or you have an alarm that is set in your application and you want to show the user an information at that point of time or execute some code at exactly that point of time. Now the thing is, it's not granted by default right now. Earlier it was. Now users have to be requested for it, which means there's some places where you have to kind of explain this well to the user. There are many hidden places, hidden features in the system where people are using exact alarms. Users are unaware of it. As long as the functionality is working, they are quite happy. Now you'll have to, because the permission is going to come up, you got to kind of help users understand that, so they give the permission to schedule it. And to use it, only clock and calendars actually given, calendar applications will be given and given access to kind of use exact alarm. And there will be a policy that's going to be enforced this year which will stop other apps from getting this feature. So again, if your apps are using this, rethink of how you want to kind of work around these problems. Now when it comes to accessibility, we've done font scaling. Dynamic font scaling. Earlier, if you look at it in Android, you can actually go to display settings and you can change the size of the font on the device. That was roughly about 130%. You can increase the size. Now it's extended up to 200%, which means the UIs can be rendered differently because the font sizes are much bigger. Your UIs can break a little bit if you have built it a certain way with certain hard restrictions. Your UIs can break. So you want to test it for different font size scaling sizes. So that and this is the whole idea for doing that, is that we are providing low vision users a better experience. But at the same time, app developers have to take care of this. They have to test by moving into the highest one and see how their UIs are behaving. It's a very simple thing. You run your app and it's a visual check, but still something that your test cases will have to do when it comes to 14. Moving on. Internationalization. Okay, this is an area which is very close to us because we worked on this my team worked on this one last quarter or last OS build, which was Android 13. So in Android 13, we brought about per app language preferences. One of the very interesting things about languages, we are a very multilingual country, and we actually always set and interestingly in India, most users set their language to English, even though they might not be very comfortable with English. One of the reasons I've heard when we did research was that I get a lot of help when I actually set my device in English. Even though I can't understand English, the person I go to for help is somebody who doesn't speak my native language. So if I set it in, like, for example, if I set it in Malayalam or Tamil or something like that, the person I'm going to go ask for help cannot read Tamil or Malayalam, so they can't understand or help me. And that was a very good rationale I felt. So people actually set it to English even though they don't read it, and they get more help. So per app language preferences allowed the OS would be set in one language. Each app could actually set their own language, which for us Indian users, we already had these in-app settings, right? Most apps in India gave that in-app language picker. You can select your language as you're on board, you'll select it once, and somewhere in settings it's hidden. Now, this is not the case globally. This is very, very different globally. Most global apps don't have the in-app language picker. And when we noticed it, when we actually gave this was something that was like one of the top features in Android 13 when we launched it. In 14, we have actually extended this. One of the things that a lot of the Indian developers actually gave us as feedback was that we have our languages on the server. So we might add a new language on the fly, which means that if you're actually using the way we had configured it earlier, which was all your languages were defined in a file called locale.config, you had a problem where I have defined my app to work in 5 languages. I've given all that features there. Now when I add a 6th language on the server, my app is capable of running on the 6th server. The user is not able to select the 6th one from the system UI. Now we've changed that. In 14, we have actually made that dynamic, so you can actually push updates from the server and also customize your app to run A/B tests or provide a list of updated locales from the server without having to publish your app. The advantage of per app language in that approach is that when you publish a new app, or if you want to publish a new language, with the current model previous to Android 13, you had to publish your app all over again. Now if you're loading it from the server and you're using this new 14 feature, you don't have to publish your app. You can load your new translations from the server, and with this new feature, you can actually change the list of apps, list of languages that the system settings shows this app is capable of working in automatically. Over the air, you can actually do that. Now, grammatic inflection API. This is a little technical, but let me try to explain it as simple as possible. Certain languages, based on the person you're addressing, if it's a male or a female, based on the gender, how you address or how you construct the language, sentence actually changes. There are languages like English where you can actually write in a very general, neutral manner, and that's what most of the apps follow. But for many languages, this is not very effective. So when we looked at it, they were mostly predominantly for such languages, predominantly people were sticking to the male gender translations and not actually giving users. So a female would be addressed like a male by the app. And with grammar inflection API, you can actually change that. And you can actually display string which are relative to the viewer's grammatical gender. And that actually gives it a more personalized feel, and apps can give a better experience to their end users. And for translations, you can actually add translations with a qualifier, feminine or masculine. It's actually a qualifier like your large screen or your language or locale. With your translation, you can actually add this and give translations accordingly. And this actually opens up the opportunity to a lot more personalized interactions in more languages in the globe. Now, non-SDK interfaces, I think this is the last one from my end, and I'm on time, so that's good. Non-SDK interfaces is basically, with every release of Android, we have this list of APKs that, or list of APIs that we say you shouldn't be using. So we have something called as a blacklist, a gray list, and a white list. White lists are all the APIs that you can use, no problems. Gray lists are APIs which we think you should not use, but you can continue to use it without actually having any problems. And blacklist are things that we say you shouldn't be using on the platform. They're not supposed to be used by third-party APIs, and we have listed them out. And when you use them, there's no guarantee that they will actually work in the next version the same way, or the input-output is never guaranteed for those ones. And they strongly discourage people from using that. Now, we have an updated list. For every OS version, we lock this down pretty strongly. And we actually move some of the things from gray list into blacklist. When you go into blacklist, you're not supposed to be using that. You can actually get undesired behavior if you use them. So there's an updated list. But what we also look for is that we also look if that has public alternatives available. We just don't just say, oh, let me just take it away. That's not how we actually do that. We look at whether there's a public alternative available. And the reason why this is important is because you should look at these SDKs and see if one of the things that we have actually taken out, and we say, oh, you have a public API which is so and so that you can use, and it doesn't satisfy use case, great opportunity to share your feedback. Maybe we can actually then not blacklist it at this point of time till we find a better alternative for it. So this is something that is quite deep in the system. There are multiple ways in which you can actually figure this out as an engineer. You could actually watch out for every time you use a blacklist or a gray list or blacklist API, it will actually come in logcat. That is the most simple way of actually figuring it out. So if you want to see that, you have to put a debuggable version of the APK and then run it and see. As you run your application as normal, if there's any unintended access to an API you're not supposed to be accessing, we'll write into logcat for you. One. The other one is use strict mode. If you're not using strict mode for other things, please do use that in your debuggable version. Don't do it in production though. Use strict mode. There is a way of actually capturing unintended usage of APIs. That could be one. There's a static analysis tool that you could use, which we recommend. All of this is there on our developer.android.com. So these are all methods that you could use. Lint check tool. The lint tool is also a static tool which actually lets you see usage of APIs. And last one is a pre-launch report. How many of you have actually used the pre-launch report regularly for your apps? It's something of a superpower that most people are not using. So the moment you put an APK onto play, we run a bunch of tests and tell you where your apps have problems. And if you look at that report, you can actually avoid all that coming from Crashlytics to your app, which basically are signals to lower your ranking on Play Store, which have other side consequences, right? If you actually publish an APK with problems, and then you start getting those problems back to your app, and then your ranking goes down, then you're like under stress to kind of fix this really quickly and put it out there. The pre-launch report is a great way of figuring this out upfront. And pre-launch report actually talks about all these incorrect SDK usages. So you can actually get it from there too. So if you're not using it, I do encourage you folks to go back and see your pre-launch reports for your apps. If you are working in a company where there are apps, ask your engineers to kind of go do that, because it's super important that actually is used. It's a free thing which people are not using for some reason. I think it's lack of education on that aspect. So I'd like to really call out that yes, that's something that you should definitely be using. And in summary, we've made quite a bunch of changes which require you to start testing early. I strongly encourage people to kind of start testing now. We are at developer preview 1. We'll very closely go to 2. And before we actually launch this and have devices flashed onto the new, and users get the new version of the OS, you need to adapt your apps completely to fit and work really well on the new version of the OS, right? And it's important that we do it. So test now as much as possible in your iterations, in your sprints. Have some time allocated for testing against the latest version. Identify the problems. Once you go to beta, start fixing these problems, and then start rolling it out slowly. So by the time things are actually launched, and by the time the OS is released to the public, your app will behave exactly as it would behave before. That's it from me. Thanks everyone for the patient listening. I know some of this was out of above your head, but again, I had to limit it to Android. And also for Android developers. Apologies if it was not clear, but hopefully you can go back and at least tell your developers to kind of start working on this. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Amrit. Next we have is Abhirami. Abhirami is a developer advocate in India at Google, specializing in Google Cloud databases and storage. She will be talking about launching your data dream with Google Cloud. Please, a loud round of applause for her.
Hi everyone, can you hear me? Cool, thank you. Good morning, and I'm so delighted to be here today and following two phenomenal speakers. So I'm going to talk to you about not that. I want to ask how many of you want to be millionaires or billionaires? What about the ones who are not raising their hands? I mean, why would you not want to be a billionaire? What if I say, I can grant you a wish and you'll become a billionaire? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, how many of you want to be billionaires? Right? Exactly, we all do want. Now, what do you think you need to do, at least if you want to be one, or at least you can think of being one, or going in the direction of being one? What do you think? What's the one thing that comes to your mind? Come again? Solving problems. Sorry? Solving problems that someone can pay for. That's a very interesting answer. It has so many layers to it. I'm not even going to get into it right now, but I'll tell you, that's a good answer, by the way. I like it. We'll talk about it another day. But yeah, you have to be transformational. You have to have or do or think in transformational ways, right? No matter who you are, no matter how small or big you think your background is, no matter where you are or where you're starting, you have to have transformational ways. So, how many opportunities do you need to have to transform your world? Multiple opportunities. I'm getting really interesting answers today, but one was the right answer that I was looking for. I mean, of course, who wants to say no to opportunities? Multiple opportunities are always good, but still, one opportunity is still good. It's not bad at all. Just one, and the one that is your own, the one that you create. Even if nobody is presenting that to you on a platter, you can still create your own opportunity, right? Another question. What unites you and the rest of the world today? Because I said, what do you need to be transforming your world, right? So that is your world. Now, what do you think connects your world or yourself to the rest of the world? When you're transformational, when you want to be billionaire, that matters. Sorry? Sorry? Technology. Yes, perfect. Right, so we need technology. So I'm not saying that if you want to be a billionaire, start doing or learning technology. That's not the point. But of course, technology is why we are all connected in the first place right here, because that's how you know me, or if you don't know me, I'll tell you where to find me. But then basically, that's how we are connected. That's what I'm here to talk about today. I'm not going to say something else. I'm not going to talk about something else. But technology is something that connects you and the rest of your world. So today I'm going to talk about a few things. I've divided my session today in 3 parts. The first one is to give you a set of tools. I'll be really quick through this, so just bear with me. I'm going to skip some of the stories that I would initially would usually talk about, but I think some of you might have heard a couple of them if you have attended my past sessions about opportunities and all that. But still, the 3 parts. The first one is to give you some tools as to what will make you take your idea to giving it a shape, or what are some of the things that you need to consider to make a transformational plan or idea in your mind. And the second part is how will Google Cloud allow you or enable that for you. Like what are the things that Google Cloud offers, or what are the considerations you can have from there in order to take it to the next level. And the third part, what I wanted to share with you, is something like a basic reference architecture, or something very simple that will make it seem like, I mean, you can understand how to transform your idea, how to go from point A to point Z, without so much of, without being scared of the complexities in technology or things that you've always been looking at, right? I'll come to some of these things, maybe abstract at this point, but I'll tell you why I'm asking you these questions. So 3 parts. The first one, we'll talk about the tools. Second one, Google Cloud enabling you with these tools. And the last one is some real world examples and reference architectures and startups. Success story that I'll share with you that can give you some ideas. I asked you who wants to be a billionaire, I asked you what you need to transform, and I asked you what connects you in your world to the rest of the world. Now, if, let's say, you have a transformational idea, or even any idea, and you want to make it transformational, what stops you? What do you think stops most people? Self-doubt, fear and? Sorry? Lack of confidence, yes? Fear of failure, money, obviously, that's why we want to be billionaires. Lack of knowledge, good one. Lack of guidance, yes, that's a good one. All right, so we have all these lacks, right? That's why we are not lacks in money, but lack a lot of things. But yes, I think about money a lot, please don't laugh. But yeah, these are the things that stop us from becoming what we want to be, or taking our idea from point A to point Z, right? So when you say fear of this, fear of not fear of responsibility, confidence, or fear of lack of guidance, or fear of anything, do you also count fear of technical complexity or not knowing the area itself is a problem? Because now everything is driven by data, or in some cases data is your business, right? You have this brilliant idea, or what you think could transform a lot of people's world, but then there is technology that is always a part of it, which you don't know or don't comprehend as much as you would like to, or there's always questions about, this is too deep detail and I don't understand it. So there's always that too, right? So yeah, keep that in mind as we are walking through these tools. Now, the list of steps that I have for these tools are 5-fold. The awareness, idea, communication, networking, and leadership, data, and Google Cloud. So let's start with the first one, awareness, or learning, also known as learning. So a lot of people, you also agree that knowledge, lack of knowledge, even though you may have the business acumen for what it takes to make your idea or make your thoughts transformational, it's possible that you don't know a lot of things in that, and it's also possible that you don't know a lot of things around the technology that will enable it. So whether you are, I'm not just saying you all should be entrepreneurs, you all should start up your own thing and do this and that, but yeah, I would like for some of you, if something you take back today and you want to give your idea a life to make it become a startup, I would love for that to happen. But definitely, wherever you are today, whether you're working in an organization, whether you're part of an enterprise, or you're a student, or you're an entrepreneur in yourself, or somebody who has an idea but don't know where to start, always remember the first step is to think about learning. I like to call it date learning, because it has to be part and parcel of wherever you go. Like few minutes ago, I'm not fundamentally an Android developer, but I am doing something with respect to Android, and whatever I got from Aditya's session, Amrit's session today was so valuable that I have a few key points that I can take back to the app that I'm building. So always be open for that. And capsule size targeted learning, what you need to know. I mean, I'm not saying you should not go for certifications, you should not go for courses that will give you a degree. Definitely go for that if you have the bandwidth and time. But if not, always be learning, don't stop it. Always start with the end in mind. So if you don't have an idea, or if you don't have a project, or if you don't have something set up already, make sure that you think of something, okay, at the end of this Android course, for example, I want to be building a small app that will convert my voice commands into text, or something like that. right? So I'm going to learn exactly what it takes for me to do that and execute that particular exercise by the end of it. So I'll be a little bit more confident in what I'm doing, and then I can probably publish that app or spread it to my friends or write about it, gain more connections through it, and see what more I can learn from it, right? So that's what I call pet project as well. And the second one is meet idea. So I always take this example of someone named Shantanu Naidu, if I'm not wrong. He's, I think, Ratan Tata's, I should say, business right hand, or somebody who has taken up that level of leadership at such a young age. And the reason he is such a trusted person in that circle, or by Ratan Tata himself, Mr. Ratan Tata himself, is that Shantanu is somebody who was a college student, who was just a college grad working for an organization, Tata Elxsi or something at that point. And then what he did was, every night, since it was night shifts, he would just go back from work. He noticed stray dogs ran over by cars in highways and dead midway in the roads, right? So this used to happen literally more than two or three times every month or every week sometimes, and this disturbed him a lot, and he created something that will help identify the dogs at night, a shiny collar that he made out of just not much. He just sold some of his old clothes, he gathered friends, they sold stuff together and invested the money it took to build that idea, to build the product, and that's how they got all the dogs, or at least in that locality, and they showed numbers to prove that the accidents were less. I mean, the number of dogs, stray dogs that were killed because of road accidents were lesser after that was implemented. So this idea is what Mr. Ratan Tata noticed, that made this boy, who is a regular office goer, to somebody who is going to, or who is already leading that kind of a kingdom, I would say, in India at least. So if you think about it, idea is all it takes. It is not that he already knew, maybe he knew the technology, or he learned how to do it, or he learned how to bring people together and learned the marketing aspects of it. Of course, he had mentioned that in his interviews, that he had to learn all those things. But then it is the small tingling that he had that converted or made something transformational, that took him from where he was and gave it a shape. And that was not his intention too. His intention was not to be identified. His intention was very noble, to save those dogs. But then sometimes you never know. Your tinglings and your intentions are what make you transformational. So always be open for that. Keep your radars ready for that. Always be listening, always be thinking, and more than anything, be empathetic. That's what the next thing is about. Being a leader, like communicating, like I said before, when you're learning an idea, you're doing a pet project, or you have an idea, communicate for impact. It's not that you cannot share, or it's very small, or you feel ashamed to share something that you don't know much about. It's not like that. It's about the conviction that you have in the thing that you learn and your idea itself, and how much sharing it with others and other leaders or somebody in that industry will elevate you. You never know where an idea can take you, or where a small blog or a small application that you build can take you. So always be communicating, participate in hackathons if that is your thing, participate in meetup groups, learn, continue to learn from others, learn from yourself, and believe that you are a leader. Discuss and network as applicable. Be more empathetic to other people and situations. And also things like this, like the dog example, right? He was empathetic, and that's what made it transformational. I'm not saying if you have an e-commerce website, like Jeff Bezos became a gazillionaire, but then still, I'm not saying he was not empathetic. It was not an idea like saving the stray dogs. It was his own purposes. But I'm not saying you can't be oriented towards goals and decisions. You can be either way. Ultimately, just make it transformational by giving it life. That's all. And care for data. I'm skipping the story time. I'm going to just go into the points. Like, research your opportunity and interest, obviously. So when you have an idea, research about it, like this boy did, right? Shantanu did. He went back, looked at the data of how much, so he collected everything. He saw what I can do to help. He brainstormed it with a bunch of friends. He implemented it, did some learning about marketing and all, got the reach that he needed, and finally tracked the data again to see that it in fact made an impact. So that is what we're talking about. Design thinking, so be very research oriented. Data is very important, it's very critical, because in many of these businesses these days, not many, almost all of them need data, even if it's not part of your product, it is part of your business growth, right? It is part of your business intelligence. It's part of how you create an impact and what you do to create that impact. So definitely data is important. So going into the second part of our presentation today, how is Google Cloud coming into this picture? Now, you can be anybody, right? You're already an entrepreneur, like I said before, or you're someone who is part of an enterprise. So you could be one of these things. There are so many opportunities in Google Cloud, or you could be any of these roles, and you still have something in Google Cloud that you can utilize and empower your current position, or you find your interest, or you find your new area of interest or new scope of work from this, or more than this. This is just the list that I could comprehend. There is obviously more, but these are the few popular and not popular, what is the right word? The things that I can see on LinkedIn often, right? So you could be any of these things, or you could want to be any of these things. You have something in Google Cloud that will elevate your experience for it. Now, before we go into the Google Cloud aspects, I just want to show some links. If you want to just take a picture and later you can just open the picture and click the link, long click, and it'll take you to the website. So cloud.google.com has got a lot of documentation wherever you want to see. And then the second one is for your Google Cloud certifications. I always set this out because people reach out to me and ask where can I read about it. Third one is if you want to be part of a developer group, Google Developer Group. And the last one is a meetup app. It's called Datapreneur Social. I created this group, so we have about, surprisingly, 600 plus in the last 1 week. I'll tell you why we went from there towards the end of the session, but that is a meetup group also, like where we share ideas, talk technology, do hands-on coding exercises. Sometimes it's business, sometimes it's technology, sometimes it's startup ideas, so we keep discussing things, all centered and operating around Google Cloud. So yeah, if you're interested, please feel free to do that. Now, second part of our session, Google Cloud. Why is this different, or what is it that you can think about when you think of Google Cloud? The products, right? You have search, you have maps, you have all these planet scale applications that we have lived with, which have transformed our day-to-day lives or activities, verbs, into, like the products have turned into verbs. Right, you say you do it or you find it on the internet, nobody says that anymore, you say Google it, right? So that a planet scale application or a planet scale use case or a product has been using the technologies that are offered as part of the Google Cloud services. So if that is not enough, then what else are you looking for in a cloud service, right? So that is how it stands out. It sets itself apart from everything out there when it comes to cloud services. And that is the solid foundation, because they are all battle tested in Google. They've been used for the most part in one or more of the existing services or existing planet scale products already. And then you have the serverless data platform. Kubernetes is our own baby, like Google's baby from a long time, and now it has taken the form of serverless, not now, like a while ago. So you go 100% serverless with your applications, and in under 2 minutes you deliver applications with serverless, and then developers will just code and not worry about anything else about the operational part of it. So that is how it's predominantly different from everything else that's out there for cloud. These are some, I'm going to just talk to you about what are the category of services, so you know them if you have an idea, and then we'll go to the next part. So this one is the fully managed data services in Google Cloud. You have all these are not all, there are more, but these are the ones that I talk about often, so I just consolidated that list. So so there is different types of data structures, different types of data formats, purpose of data, and different stage of data in the life cycle of your product. So depending on all that, you need to make the right considerations, the right design choices for your database, security, and all other things. So all these information is available as blogs in my site. I'll tell you which in Google Cloud site as well. I'll tell you the link for it later. But just remember that these are the database services for the different formats and types and variety of data that you have that is available in Google Cloud. There's Firestore, Bigtable, Cloud SQL, Cloud Spanner, and BigQuery, which is a planet scale data warehouse with ML-enabled capabilities as well. And it is also different because of all these audits and certifications that Google Cloud is certified with by default, all the compliances. So you can take a look at this. And Compute, this is the serverless part I said, started off with only Kubernetes and slowly it is growing out. We have Cloud Run, App Engine, Cloud Functions in the serverless realm. So that is something that you need to consider. That is when you actually deploy your code into production grade, run real-time, applications that run on the cloud in under 2 minutes. By just point and click methods, or you can configure, or you can use Terraform scripts to schedule your jobs. So all you can do, but then in under 2 minutes, you can take your code to an app on the cloud using these serverless compute methods. And then defense in depth security, encryption, all those things, these are all a given. You can check out the documentation for those. But then, yeah, each layer that you see here in this is secure and it is encrypted both in transit and in rest. And then data analytics platform, you have a bunch of services for analytics as well, big data, machine learning. Machine learning is the next slide. You still have AI services. And this one is specifically for integration related ones, where you have ingestion stage, transformation stage, analytics stage with BigQuery, cloud storage and all. And then you have data fusion, data catalog, cloud composer for orchestrating the different stages of your product in this architecture. So these are all some analytics platform services. And then you have AI platform services. You have custom ML. You can write your own ML. You can use auto ML, which allows you to not know so much about, not be so much detailed in tech, but still do some machine learning on the data that you have by using auto ML capabilities, which is just point and click, and you will be able to, all you have to do is prepare your data and be an expert in data, of course, because that is your business domain. But then when it comes to ML, when it comes to artificial intelligence, the auto ML services of Google will take care of that for you. You don't have to know so much, or even you don't have to be a data scientist. You can be a business intelligence developer, a business analyst, or a business owner, right? You can be any of those things, but still be interested in building some basic ML, and that's where these auto ML features will come into play. Just take a look at the different services, APIs, and ML capabilities that we have. CI/CD pipeline, I'm not going to go detailed into it, but then you can see what are all the different orchestration services that we have, operational CI/CD operational services that we have. So having said that, this is a small reference architecture for you to think about. This is, I mean, things don't always have to be complex, right? This is just a simple representation of how you can write. This laptop is your application, right? Just imagine that as your web application. It contains UI, it contains backend code, it's everything. It's your app. Let's say you're building a pet clinic app, and that is your app. Now pet clinic is not a right example. Let's take something else that involves ML. Let's say it's a movie score prediction app, right? Movie score prediction app. It's there in my blog, you can look it up. Now this laptop is my app, and Cloud Spanner is my relational database, the planet scale relational database that I'm using for real-time requests. So there's like, let's assume something critical is going on, or let's say it's not even a movie prediction, it's a cricket score, Duckworth-Lewis score calculation app. So every ball, ball after ball, as the match is happening, it needs to stream in data in real time and calculate the DLS score for team 2 in real time, right? So let's assume Cloud Spanner is doing that streaming for you. That's your relational database. And Data Studio is for it's now called Looker Studio. So it is for the visualization aspect of it, the analytics and visualization aspect of it. So you can see some shiny charts. You can for your management or for your audience, for your end users. In this case, we'll see charts about how a batsman has been performing throughout that match, or how the other team has been performing. And then you have BigQuery, which is your analytical data warehouse, which takes the data from all the previous matches, cricket matches. It also takes the data from your current real-time matches here and streams it and analyzes and makes some summaries and aggregations that Looker Studio consumes to give those things. And then you have Vertex AI, which actually let's say we are using the auto ML because you don't have very sophisticated ML team or a data scientist in your orgs or in your startup. So you use the auto ML part of Vertex AI. It just consumes the data directly from BigQuery, and just in like 2 or 3 steps, you can see, let's say you want to predict what the target score is, target DLS, Duckworth-Lewis score is going to be. And if you want to use ML for it, or some kind of a regression any model that you want, you can choose from the available ones. You choose that and you configure that and enable that model for you. And at the click of a button, it will run the model, and once you deploy, you will get that API. All of this in steps that involve only point and click. So you configure your data set using BigQuery data, and then you actually create the model, train the model. Creating the model is automated, so you don't have to actually write any code for that. Train the model, and then you test the model if you're happy with the results, training results, and then you deploy the model, you get an API, that's it. In 5 steps, you can go from data to ML model creation and getting an API for it. And then you have Cloud Run. Cloud Run is where this app that is running on this laptop, right? This app is deployed on Cloud Run. It's one of the serverless technologies that I talked to you about. Again, the best part is you don't have to do any operational activity. In under 2 minutes, you can take your code that is running in this laptop and have your app successfully running on the cloud using Cloud Run. Once you deploy the app there, you will get an API for that, and you hit the API, your app is now running on the cloud. So there are some hands-on exercises for these that I have in my blogs, which you can reference. And Dialogflow, again, if you need a chatbot or an assistant that can help you with, say, to answer questions, or to say what is the name of this player or something like that, which has ML enabled features as well. And you have to build that. You have to build the ML features, the labels and all for it. So that is what I've done with Dialogflow. The reason I'm just putting together this reference architecture for just a demonstration of a sample product with you is not to say you have to use all these services. I'm just saying it's that simple. Not all architectures have to be always complex, looking like heavy diagrams right there on the screen. It can be as simple as this, right? With all the components coming together, you don't have to feel like, okay, I'm a database analyst, I don't understand about serverless, it's too complicated. No, all you have to know is, it's not that there is no servers, it's just that you won't be managing, or your team won't be managing those servers. That's what serverless means. And at the click of a button, your code is now running on the cloud. So that is what serverless means. So those are the things that you need to know, even if you don't want to get into the details, right? You want to be a billionaire, right? So going to the next, not demo, sorry, the next part of our discussion, idea or execution, what is your jam? So thank you so much for switching. So what exactly I mean is, you have ideas now what is the problem? Like many of you rightly said at the beginning of our conversation, the problem mainly most of us face is the fear of the fear and lack of knowledge, or the fear of, I don't know this, right? So that is a fear most of you have. And how can I execute it? It's all too complicated, it's all too big. And that is where this comes into picture. Can you scroll down a little bit? The technological challenges of running or going ahead and building the architecture for your product as a startup. Those are some of the things that you need to think about. The first thing is understanding the product and data life cycle. So you have to, it's as simple as understanding your product in 5 phases. Where is it coming from? The ingestion phase. What are you going to do to store it? Or what are the other security requirements, privacy requirements, other regulatory measures for you to do it? And then process and transform. What am I going to do with the stored data? What kind of transformational steps do I need to take? Does it require big data? Is it a candidate for big data? Or is it a candidate for integration with third-party APIs? So all these things you need to consider. Visualization, like I showed you in the previous slide, the Looker Studios, where you show some graphs and charts and aggregations about what story your data is saying. And then impact. Impact is actually where you use AI and ML, the machine learning aspect, where you get predictions, where you get inference from your data and actually impact your business, saying, hey, in 3 months you're going to be having so much traffic in your application or your product, so what are you going to do about it? So you have to create that kind of an impact looping back to your product. So that's how simple you can make the architecture or the life cycle of your product look like, in order for you to fearlessly take that one bold step and go from, I don't know how I can do this, to, okay, this is the reference architecture for my product. Can somebody validate it? Can I join a meetup group, or can I go somewhere where I can bring like-minded people and say this architecture is right or wrong, or guide me in the right direction? So that's one thing. The next one is, can you go to the next tab, please? Yeah. So I just wanted to give you an example of TagPay. So they are a startup that I personally mentored. I don't do that like full time, but sometimes as part of Karthik's team's engagement with startups, I engaged with one of them. And this is a Europe-based startup. Somehow I got connected in one of the discussions, and we started taking this is their functional architecture. There is nothing technical about it. This is all saying that what their website, what are the features their website has, and what are the features their mobile app has. And also you can see what are like the different personas. This is completely functional. So this is what they came up with. And then we discussed what we discussed earlier about the 5 stages and how they see that. And then if you scroll down, keep scrolling down. Further down, I just want to see the architecture diagram. And then as we discussed through the different stages in the life cycle of the product, they were able to come up with this reference architecture that you see right here. Can you just zoom out a little bit? Yeah, thank you. So if you can see this, for each of the functional block, the analytics block, web app block, and third-party integration block, they ended up having Google Cloud services and different services and technology that they're using in the stack, and they put together all those things, and they were able to come up with this architecture when they were just afraid to even tell the story outside, right? Like, this is what we have. They had the app was amazing, but then they did not know to put the architectural components together. They did not know which are the right, like whether I'm using the right database, whether I'm using the right service for this and that. So that is where we came into picture. We looked at the different options. We looked at the entire story of their startup, and then they were able to come up with this. And that is one of the success stories we have published as well, that I was the one who worked with them. I've published this in collaboration with a strategic advisor of this startup as well. So you can find it in the blog. I'll show you the link. Can you just go back to the slides? This is the last slide. Thank you. Just the last one. So that's about it. If you go to that site, abhirami.dev, abirami.dev, or scan that QR code, you can get /blogs, abhirami.dev/blogs will give you all the blogs that I've been referencing and more. Like if you want to kickstart your idea and translate that into an application, a product, or an app, or a story, you can read all that from there. All the repositories and everything is available over there. So just click, deploy, and play and have fun. And I want to see at least some of you take this idea back and become millionaires or billionaires, and then tag me on LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhirami. So before we move ahead, I just want to let you all know there are prayer rooms and childcare facilities available. Placards placed everywhere outside, so just use that to guide yourselves. Next up, we have Preksha Nema. Preksha is a research scientist in advertising science team in Google Research in Bangalore. Prior to Google, she actually completed her PhD from IIT Madras in 2021. Her work revolves around understanding and generating purposeful ads with a focus on multilingual and low resource settings. Can we please welcome Preksha?
Hello everyone, I'm very glad to be here. So I'll be giving you a sneak peek about my research journey so far, where I started with solving problems which no one paid for, to solving problems where someone is paying for it now. So yeah, so one disclaimer that this talk might get a bit technical as compared to the previous talks, but I'm hoping that you will learn a bit more about these buzzwords, sequence-to-sequence models, transformers, NLP, and deep learning. In general, I'll try to give you very intuitive explanations on some of the problems that I've identified and how I've solved it. So before we move ahead, how many of you are aware of or at least heard about sequence-to-sequence models, transformers, NLP? NLP, yes. Okay, cool. So yeah, it has become like a part and parcel of our lives as of now, but I'll try to tell you what are the current challenges or what are the challenges I found at my PhD time and how some of those are still prevalent. So I work in natural language generation. To give you a brief about it, so anything that where like currently I'm speaking, that is also I'm generating language. If you are writing a summary, you are generating language, you are translating, basically anything where you are not doing a classification, but you are writing some form of passage, sentence, these all come under natural language generation. And my thesis revolved around that front, where I had looked at problems where you are just doing abstractive summarization, where you read something and then you reiterate in your own words rather than just picking sentences and then saying, hey, this is the most important sentence. The second is structured data to text generation, where given a table, if you want to write what is the core thing that you learned from that table, like something about how many centuries had Sachin Tendulkar hit in, like maybe when in his last year of his career, something of that sort, which you first infer or learn from a table and then you write about it. Third is question generation, where which I'm hoping that many of you will be doing now after listening to what I'm about to say. You'll be thinking about it, you will be asking some questions, and there is where you'll be doing question generation. Fourth is machine translation, which we use very often, given that we interact with many folks of different, coming from different lingual background, right? So that is what natural language generation encompasses about. And some of the models that are very famous about solving or like being used for this natural language generation is transformers or BARD, or these new models that are coming up, the LLMs model that you keep hearing about. They are all very good at generating these natural language generation tasks. So, but I'll give you a sneak peek on what these models comprise of. So it has 3 parts typically. So one is encoder, and then, sorry, one second. Yeah, so one is this big block encoder, and then you have decoder, and on top of, in between this is sandwiched the attention mechanism. So to give you a brief, so what encoder does is, you read something and then you form a representation about whatever you are reading, you comprise it, you understand what it means. So that is also what encoder does. It reads a text, piece of text, one word at a time, and then it learns a representation, which could be a vector of dimension maybe 1000 or 300, and that vector hopefully represents the context that it is talking about. And then what decoder does is it takes that representation that you have learned and then generates one word at a time again. So like let's say given a passage about Sachin Tendulkar and you want to ask a question, so you will first process that, get a representation about that passage through the encoder, and that representation will be then passed to the decoder to learn, to generate something. And then there is attention mechanism, which essentially searches for the parts where you should attend to while asking that question. There could be, the Wikipedia page could talk about Sachin Tendulkar, his wife, his kids, but you would want it to still focus on just Sachin Tendulkar if you want to generate questions about his persona alone. So that is just a brief. So these models are very prevalent in the past 5-6 years now. And these are some of the problems that I had identified in 2017, but still some of them are still prevalent even now. So the first one is just a Hindi sentence like मैं दूसरे दिन McDonald's गया था. And what you would want to generate is I went to McDonald's the other day. But some of the models that before my work, they were trying to generate I went to McDonald's the other day for the other day. So these kind of repetitions were a bit prevalent at that point, and we called it repeating phrases problem. Although with the new architectures, you might see that it is not repeating at phrase level, but it might still be repeating at a passage level, that the same passage is written in a very different way in the second para also. So it might not still be repeating phrases, but something along the similar line. The second is given this image, if you want to generate what this image is talking about, a woman talking on the cell phone. Here, the model was generating a woman talking on the cell phone while sitting on a bench. Now, while sitting on a bench, there's no image, the image doesn't talk about that there's a bench there, but it's still generating on a bench. So you don't want your models to, what we call this as hallucination, because your model is generating something which is not present in the input. And if you are using these generation at your end application, you would definitely want to avoid such semantic mistakes, be it code generation or if you are writing a summary about someone. The third is structured data to text generation. One problem that we observed here is that the person mentioned Lemon, Beecher, Brooks. Actually, it should have been the other person. I'm not able to see here. Harrison B. Wilson Jr. But it generated some other piece of text which was present in the table. So these problems seem very trivial to us, like when we are generating, we are summarizing, we don't do such kind of mistakes. But since we are making model learn from a whole lot of data and not just based on some rules, these problems become very, like it will stop you from using these models at the end. So we would definitely want to solve these problems in the current automatic models. Yeah. So I'll just give a brief. So for the initial 3-4 years, I built this model where I also sandwiched one refine module here, which kind of took care of the first 3 problems that I talked about. I'm not saying that it completely removed those problems from the models that I worked for, but it reduced them to a certain extent. Yeah, so yeah, these are again, so the first problem I've already told about. The second is about coherency, where you don't want to generate wrong things in the generation. And the third is answerability. So this is a bit new. So let's say if you are generating some question about Titanic movie, and while talking we somehow most often don't use whole sentences, we can just say director of Titanic, and you might still understand that I'm just asking who is the director of Titanic. But if I say who is the director of, you have no clue what the question is about, right? So you won't be able to answer it, but the second sentence still matches a lot with the reference that you had. So if you are training your model to match what the reference sentence is, it may learn things like it may learn incoherent things where it just says who is the director of, although it will get a score of 90%. But you would want to generate something like director of Titanic, because language is very complicated when we start using it in our day-to-day lives. So you would want that you use the correct evaluation techniques so that the model is rewarded better. So the third is about that. So I'll try not to scare you with these diagrams. I'll just tell you the intuition by like how I thought about the problem and how I came up with this solution. So any ideas on why we don't repeat phrases while we are talking? Yeah, that's the point. So we definitely remember what we have already said. So that is something that these current models were not doing actually. So in the attention mechanism, what was happening was, while generating, like say, I went to McDonald's the other day, the input sentence was, मैं दूसरे दिन McDonald's गया था. So while you are generating, you have already generated the other day, which pays attention on मैं दूसरे दिन. Now you know that you have already paid attention on it, but the model was not keeping track of that history, that what it has already attended on. And we simply made the model keep track of that history in our refined model, and we ensured that whatever it has paid attention on, it doesn't go back and attend to that again. So that is what this orthogonalization is doing. If it has paid attention on some context that it has already translated, we will want it to just forget about it and then just move on to a different thing. So that is what this Kerry diagram talks about. The orthogonalization is what is just making it forget about the context that it has already talked about. Yeah, and sorry. Cool, so these are, I'll just briefly tell you what these numbers could mean so that you have a better sense in the next slides. So these, so I tried this avoiding repeating phrases problem for summarization, where given a document and a query, if you want to say, write an answer in brief while reading this passage. So there is where we tried to solve this repeating phrase problem. And these scores, what they are between 0 to 100, obviously near the 100 it is better. It measures how much your generated summary matches with your reference summary. So as you can see that the previous models, which were just based on encode and decode, they weren't performing that well. And with our model, we were able to give some improvements. But as you can see, they are still very far off from what you would eventually want. Okay, the second thing is very similar to the first one, where we are still trying to generate coherent summaries, which is like from structured data to text generation. So given this big block of table, if you want to write only one line summary about this person, Harrison B. Wilson Jr., you know that if you're writing a short summary, if you have already talked about when he was born, you will not refer back to it, right? You will just say once that when he was born in this date and his age is this much. You will not say he was born at this point and then later on you will mention his age. You will not do that if I am asking you to write a brief summary. So this is again which was similar to our orthogonalization effort, and this helped us in solving another problem, like when you are generating the name Harrison B. Wilson Jr., it will not go ahead and pay attention on preceded by, which is Lemon, Beecher, Brooks in between, and then mess up your summary. So this problem was also solved with the same orthogonalization effect. But there is another thing that we are currently tackling in structured data to text generation, which I would want to point out, is that although this table is a bit simpler, but let's say he was the oldest person, like 90, he was in the office for maybe till age 90, like the person who was in office, he lived till 94 age. Let's say this was something very interesting about this person, because whoever was held in that office didn't live that long. So then you would want your user to know some of these interesting facts by learning from the table, and these kind of things are still missing in the current models that we are working on. So because when you are reading a table, you would not want to just know what is there mentioned in the table itself, because that you anyways can figure out on your own. But some interesting facts, some interesting inferences or data interpretation that you do is something that is still not that well properly done in the current models, which we are currently tackling. So that's why I'll skip this one, because it again tells about the orthogonalization one, which I think it is slightly different, but let's not go in the details of this. The other interesting problem is about answerability. So here the first problem itself was, how do we measure whether a question is good or not? Because it is very different from it. It need not just match your reference summary, but it should also measure the crux, that whether what you are asking is even answerable or not. So for this, we first built an evaluation metric which first measures answerability better than the current scores that I was telling you about. Yeah, so given that we have already talked about this example, and this was the metric that previous papers were using, which is blue score. This is an n-gram metric again, which again measures how many words from your reference is in the generated sentence. So as we were talking about, that who was the director of will have a very high score, although it is still not answerable at all. Whereas the second one, director of Titanic, is answerable, but it gets a very low score. So we would want a technique that gives proper weightage to things like named entities, if you're talking about passages, or if you're talking about questions from images, then if I'm saying who is standing behind this or beside this, these two questions can be answered very differently if there was one more person standing there. So in this context, even behind and words like beside are very important if you're talking about, if you're incorporating these visual phenomena as well. So it is not like only just the named entities. So by named entities, I mean proper nouns like Titanic. Here is a named entity. So it is not like only in questions only named entities are important, but given the context, the importance of different parts of the sentence could differ. So that is what we built in our first work for answerability. So here, so here we give different weightage to different parts of the sentence, like named entities, which is proper nouns, the prepositions, conjunctions, and question words also had a very different meaning. Like if you are saying when was the director of Titanic, it doesn't make sense as compared to who was the director of Titanic. And similarly, if question words are changing, your question meaning could change. So those words also have a very different kind of importance. So we computed a weighted metric of sorts for measuring which word is more important. And for different contexts, we asked human annotators to first tell us that which components they think is more important when we are asking question about images or passages or things like that. So the WIs here is basically learned from the human annotator annotations that we got, and then we propose answerability, which is just a harmonic mean of this precision and recall that we compute. And QBLUE is then simply a weighted sum of answerability and BLUE metric. The reason we have still kept BLUE in this metric is because if the question is not fluent, you might not understand the question at all at the first place. So there should be some weightage on the fluency, but the other component is also fairly important. Yeah, so now how you use this answerability metric to improve upon the questions. So another very simple question, I think most of you would get this. So while writing something, do you just start with the first letter and end with the last letter and that's it? Are you done then? What do you do after, like after you have written it for the first time? Proofread it, and if you find mistakes, you rewrite it, right? So that is again something that current models were missing, at least. So again, I just used this simple intuition, and then we incorporated that in our model, that given that if you have already written who is the director of, and you know that your answerability score is very low, can you go back, look at the passage again, look at the question you have generated, and again generate something of the sort who is the director of Titanic by fixing or by enhancing the answerability score. So since answerability score is non-differentiable, we used RL or the reward-based functions to basically optimize the model to improve on the answerability metric, and that is what the on-top explicit reward signal does. It measures the answerability with respect to the reference question and improves the second set of generation in the refined model to improve on the question that you have already generated. Yeah, so here again we observe that we are improving both on fluency metrics and the QBLUE metric for different sets of data. The squad data is simple passage to question generation. Hotpot QA is something called multi-hop question generation, where you say, who is the wife of the cricketer who scored 1,000 centuries, something of that sort. So that has a two-way jump, so that we were even improving on those kind of questions. And drop talks about mathematical questions like what is 1 plus 1, or like if you have 5 apples and I ate 4, how many are left, those kind of questions also. And we were also improving on those. Yeah, so I would also like to point out that although we improved a bit on the sequence to sequence models through these techniques that I've told you, but the problem of hallucinations where you may generate something which is incoherent to what you had previously generated, or if the input is given, like talking about bench, you might say chair or you might say sofa. These things are still very common in the models. So it is not like if it was done 3-4 years back, we have absolutely fixed it. We have definitely improved on it, but there are still a lot of things to be done. And the second thing is about reasoning, which is not covered here, but the reasoning aspect is also something we are working on in improving these models. Like if you are able to do numerical reasoning, common sense reasoning better in the current generation, because generation is not just about mimicking what is given in the input and rewriting it in the output, but you also do a lot of processing if you think about it while you are generating something, and that kind of processing is something we are trying to improve upon. So yeah, I think I'm mostly done. Yeah, I'm happy to take any questions if there are some confusions along these points. So yeah.
Hello. Yes. My question is, if you increase the Q blue score,
yeah,
is the blue score also increasing at the same time, or it is not monotonically increasing with the Q blue score?
So it doesn't like they're not very dependent on each other. It depends what you are setting your delta as, because what we observed that in some cases, like when you are asking questions from passages, even blue score increases because fluency is also very important in generating good questions. But let's say if you are generating questions from images, there we didn't observe that kind of correlation. So it also depends on the delta that you fix. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, so you told about the questions where they get repeated words. So what about the questions which have the same meaning but have synonyms in that?
Yeah, so okay, so I gave a very crude explanation of the model, but since you are learning the representations, you will assume that words like question and query, will be in very similar space. And if you are orthogonalizing on that space, then hopefully you will divert away from all the synonyms. But that said, that could still be the case that it's still talking about synonyms or maybe idioms which talk about the same thing in a very different way. So it's still a difficult task when you try to look at it at a sentence or passage level. So that problem may still arise in the current models, but things like synonyms or same words or very similar meanings which can very easily occur in your corpus also, I think that will be taken care of. Yeah. Yes.
While you were explaining the model, you talked about the reward function that you were using.
Yeah.
Once the refining is done and the Q blue score is measured. What about penalizing the model? Have you implemented a penalization for every wrong answer that it generates?
No, that we haven't done. One reason is that identifying negative samples, once you have, you will also need a metric for that. Although there have been works which use some question answering model to identify if the question is wrong or not. So there they have used, rather than using answerability as a reward, they are using a question answering model itself as a reward. So if you are not able to answer that question, you may assume that the question is not that great. So it's not like you are explicitly rewarding for the negative samples, but I'm hoping that will kind of take care of. Here we were using answerability metric, but there are works that use question answering model as metric itself.
Do you think the answerability metric can be fine-tuned to penalize? Like if it does not meet a certain threshold of answerability,
Yeah,
you could penalize the question.
It could be done that. It could be done that way. Yeah. Although you'll just need some more annotations from humans so that you know that it is wrong or it is right. But I think it could be done. Yeah. Good.
Hello everyone. My question is that you mentioned that we are doing proof check, right? So how and what algorithm do we use? Like, are we retracing the complete model, or we are just looking at few words, keywords to rectify them?
So we are looking at the whole question. We are not using any absolute proof checking techniques. We are letting the model itself figure out by this reward signal. So you are enforcing the model to generate a question which is better in terms of answerability in comparison to the previous question that was generated. So it is not like I'm using some rule-based way of proof checking the model. I'm letting the model itself figure out if there is some mistake or if it has to be left uncorrected. If the answerability metric was already 90, then I'm hoping the model will figure out using that explicit reward signal that what are the things that it need to correct while refining the answer. But it's all learned using data. It's like it's end-to-end training. There's no pipelining effect in the proof checking thing. So you will look at the whole question also in one go, not just keywords. Yeah.
So like, is there any monitoring also done, like retracing, like proof checking is one thing, monitoring of the model after it is deployed?
So we worked for this, like I didn't deploy it later. This was during my PhD time. So we have built it, but I think maybe it was deployed in Adobe, but I'm not sure because some of the authors were from Adobe. So
thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah. I think we can take one more last question. Yeah.
Yeah, so right now we have, you explained about NLP and everything. So if you see the current scenario where more and more AI bots are coming into the market, like ChatGPT, bot from Google and everything. And even recent times we have seen people started bullying the bots by giving wrong information or getting the outputs. So how the NLP is going to take care of such kind of information getting generated, or is there any other tools we have or coming in the future to stop this and giving proper answers to the people?
So I'm really sorry, but I won't be able to comment on that. But you can check our Google AI blogs for the same.
Thank you.
Yeah.
छह माइक जाना चाहिए।
be starting the power panel shortly, so requesting everyone outside to come in. Give us like 2 minutes, we'll be starting the power panel. So we will be starting with the Women Dare panel. That's the journey from barriers to breakthroughs. For the panel moderator, we have Mansha. Mansha is the head of marketing at YouTube in its largest market, India, working in YouTube's slate of products. YouTube main app, YouTube music app, kids app, premium and shorts. She has started her career in client servicing. After an MBA at IIM Calcutta, she worked at PepsiCo India across sales and brand management. She made the move to consumer tech marketing to lead Apple Music and iTunes marketing at Apple before landing at YouTube and Google. Next, we have Rajani, who is from Infosys. As a principal consultant learning at Infosys, Rajani spearheads Google Cloud Alliance's partnerships from Infosys Education, Training and Assessment Wing. A woman change maker with a demonstrated history of working as a corporate trainer in open source and cloud domain for over 16 years. She loves to conduct women empowerment and parenting workshops and is on a mission to support 1 million women to overcome their challenging situations and maximize their achievements. Yeah. Next we have is Aarti, who is from Applied Machine Learning at Google. Aarti has a PhD in electrical and computer engineering. Aarti is also an engineering director for Applied Machine Learning at Google India. She has 25 years of experience in the field of machine learning and data science, developing AI, ML, and productive software solutions for real-world industry problems. Next we have is Priya. Priya, she is a senior director of products at Meesho. She and her team are building solutions for post-order experiences of users and suppliers. Prior to Meesho, she has worked in the US, Europe with organizations such as Amazon, Yahoo, and others. Next we have is Anjali. Anjali has over 16 years of experience in various parts of the investment ecosystem. She started her career in investment banking at EY. Now she's also a partner at Waterbridge Ventures, an early-stage India-focused seed to Series A fund that invests in tech startups. Anjali is also a member of the IVCA Diversity Council for 2022-23. Next we have is Janya Shah, who is from LinkedIn. She is working as a senior engineering manager in content abuse prevention team. She leads a team of top-notch ML AI engineers who build machine algorithms using the state-of-art NLP and vision algorithms to ensure LinkedIn is one of the most trusted platforms. Thank you so much, everyone, and looking forward to hearing from you all more.
Thank you, Shrishti. Is that the best clap we can do for all these wonderful women tech makers? That is what I'm talking about. First of all, thank you all for being here today. It is not lost on me that we are the only thing between you and lunch. So we're gonna wrap this up, and hopefully you'll have wonderful insights.
We'll make them forget about lunch.
We'll be so good they won't want lunch. Okay. All right. Look, what I'm going to do is I'm channeling my inner Karan Johar. Okay. Everyone knows Kejo, right? So we're going to start with a little bit of a rapid fire icebreaker, and I practiced this joke before I came on, or should I say glass ceiling breaker? Huh? No takers? Okay. No worries. My husband's in the back somewhere clapping and laughing, so that's all I need. All right, so the first icebreaker that I have for everyone on the panel is, imagine you're on a plane, you're heading somewhere for a business meeting, you have 3 hours and you find yourself seated next to the most inspirational woman, right? Who would that person be? Slightly hypothetical situation, but love to hear. Maybe let's start with you, Rajni.
Thank you. My inspirational woman that I would imagine would be Priyanka Vargadia. She is the Chief Content Officer at Google. So, talk on cloud. Yeah.
See what she did there? Well, a funny lot. What about you, Jidnya?
Given all the disruption that ChatGPT and has caused, it would be Meera Murati, the CTO of OpenAI. Would love to know from her how is she dealing with all the attention that OpenAI is getting. So super proud of that.
Wonderful.
I'm glad I went third, so I had time to think. But yeah, I think I'm actually going to say Princess Diana. I'm an 80s kid, so she hugely influenced me. But here's why, because I think she broke all the rules at one of the most patriarchal institutions And so I think for that, just being like a rule breaker and a trailblazer, yeah.
And she had the best fashion.
That's
Let's
also
face it.
true.
Yeah. Priya, what about you?
I was going to say Michelle Obama, and I think it's truly inspirational how she's been able to inspire the world across so many causes. Quite a role model.
I'll pick closer to home. I think I would love to have a chat with Nirmala Sitharaman. I've heard multiple sort of criticisms when she came on board as financial minister, but I think she's doing a great job, and it would be great to learn, some of the questions we are talking about today. Would love to hear her answers as well to those.
Wonderful. What a great selection of women. Just one more quick question before we get into the meat of the discussion. It's International Women's Day soon, right? Many people think of different things when they think of this day. For some people, it's a positive day. For some people, they feel, why do we need a day? For women, every day should be International Women's Day. But my question is, what is the one word that comes to your mind when I say International Women's Day?
The reason why we all are here, Women Techmakers, that comes to me because it has ample opportunities that we can grow. So for me, I think IWD is all about Women Techmakers.
Well, it's not one word, but I would say pay it forward. There have been a lot of women in my life who have been inspirational and, made my career, starting with my mom and mother-in-law, a lot of mentors that I had. So I think now that I've reached a certain place in the career, I would want to pay it forward, and I would pass on that message that do your bit, take this opportunity of Women's Day and participate, right, and pay it forward.
I love that. Pay it forward. Thank you. Anjali.
I think I'm going to say archetype, or like if I had to give it a hashtag, a lot, and we get fit into these archetypes. And while it's great to have a day to celebrate us, I do think that I really want to wish for a day where we don't need to have these conversations and we're part of the normal. I think so archetype is what I'll go with here. Priya.
For me, it's a phrase, and I would say it's time to break the glass ceiling, because I totally feel like we're still at the start of the journey, and there's quite some ground to cover still to get to parity.
0 to 1. What about you, Aarti?
I'll say powerful together. I think this is one event where it really brings us all together. It kind of drives some of this networking that we are seeing today. And you can feel the power in this room as well. So, that's what I'll pick.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay. Now things are getting serious. Ladies, as I was thinking of the panel and all of your profiles, I was stalking them on LinkedIn before the event. One of the things that occurred to me is that you all would have faced many hurdles to get here. I can share personally from my point of view, one of the biggest struggles for me that I grapple with every day is if you are assertive and confident and forceful, then you are too bloody aggressive, right? And if you don't do all of that, then you're too tame. And so one of my coaches actually calls this the double bind, right, that women face in the corporate world. And I guess that's been my hurdle, my personal hurdle. Even today at Google, I'll say that that's the one piece of feedback or the one issue that I struggle with. So I'd love to hear from you on what is that one big hurdle that you faced, and it could be many, but that's, I think, where I'd like to start the conversation. And Priya, you and I were talking, backstage, so why don't we start with you and then we can have others come in as well.
Yeah, sure. So I think speaking from my personal experience, a formidable hurdle has been when I transitioned from individual contributor roles to leadership roles. Right? That's when I first witnessed the unconscious biases with the peers in terms of their expectation of how a woman leader should be, or how even a leader should be, right? In terms of, and where I think struggled initially was not being able to speak up as much, not being able to constructively challenge the group, and not exuding leadership charisma, so to speak, right? And it took me a while to realize this is something I have to proactively invest in, because it's also not the best or not your core skills that got you there, right? As an individual contributor, you focus more on your hard skills, and you're known for that, and you kind of build credibility in that to get to a place. But post that, like, it's different kind of skills that you also kind of need. And where I saw disparities, for example, if a guy is kind of in a similar position, it would be positioned as more of gravitas, while for women, it's more like, I think the point you are making is like, are you too tame? Are you adding value here as a leader? Right? So definitely I would see biases in there, in the way it was getting perceived with the peers.
Leadership perception. Aarti, what do you think about that? You've been a leader in many organizations, so what do you think?
I mean, I do relate to what both of you have said, I think, and especially as you grow as a leader, I think some of the aspects that sometimes women may not give as much importance to, networking is one thing that gets talked about, but also kind of building the relationships with your co-leaders. Like many times, and I know I used to be this way, that you kind of do your work and then you go home because you have stuff to take care of at home, and you miss out on sort of some of the informal relationships that you need to build with your peers. And many times, what men kind of in a way do better, I think, is build those relationships and leverage those in kind of advancing their work. So I think that's definitely been a lesson for me, that's something I have to work at consciously.
Got it. And maybe one more hurdle before we move on to how to break through some of these hurdles. Anjali, I was wondering if you could come in. I mean, being in venture capital, what have you really faced as big challenges?
Yeah, I think less than 2% women globally are in venture capital. It's also because generally, historically, generationally, women have never controlled money, right? So it's that's why it's so much harder. But just very quickly, I spent like 10 long years at EY, so I'm fully guilty of running the rat race. And I think the important learning as I look back now was maybe I was too short-sighted early on. I used to just focus on just getting to that immediate like promotion and making sure like you're top rated and you're getting your promotion, getting your wins, you're working on the best deals with the best founders, without really looking outside the organization for building that peer group or finding mentors or finding like-minded professionals. And while of course your colleagues internally and your bosses will mean the best for you and will always support you, but I think that outside in view is something that I missed out on in the early days, and it's not until that I realized that you'll also have to look outside and sometimes just get out of your organization bubble and be more aware of what is happening in the overall ecosystem, and not everything your peers and bosses internally tell you may not be the best for you. So I think just being more aware of outside in would have helped me.
Yeah, I think it can become a bit of an echo chamber.
Get too consumed by what's happening internally.
Yeah, and that's a good segue to actually what my next question was. We've talked about a few different challenges, but there are ways to break through, as is evidenced by all of you here today. So, Jitni, I'd love for you to come in on this one. What are some of the one or two of the key ways in which you broke through these hurdles and barriers?
Yeah, so my answer is going to be very close to what Aarti and Anjali already said. So for me, my personal hurdle was coming through, breaking my bias of that, and this is very personal. When I'm a mom of two, 9 and 12 years old. And the moment after I became mom, I had this huge bias for looking after my baby, and I need to work 9 to 4, focusing on every moment, focusing on how I'm really doing my work, and not giving importance for social dinners or the informal chat that you mentioned. Soon I realized that, hey, I need to value these relationships with stakeholders, and how do you form that personal connect, especially I'm working with LinkedIn right now. I traveled to US office. How do you make that personal connect? Otherwise it takes a lot of years, and coming out of that bias or the guilt feeling of, hey, I cannot leave my 9-month-old baby. And that breakthrough happened with me once, that hey, I'm going to, and that bias was with me. I have a super supporting husband and a good support system at home, but I myself was, pulling myself back that, hey, no social dinner, I rather spend my time with my kids. So I traveled to one conference in Sweden, and that was a breakthrough for me. I was breastfeeding, but I thought, no, let me take this opportunity at 9 months, and I left the baby, and I went and presented that paper. And after that, when I came back home, everything was good. My husband has taken care of everything. It was all smooth, and that was a big breakthrough for me. And since then, I'm making sure every networking opportunity, I take it seriously. That's something is important. And finding mentor. So through network, you find mentor, and you find people who have gone through your journey, right? You share their hurdles, and you have a trusted space where you can speak your mind. So I think that coming out of yourself, those bias and breaking through barriers is important. Yeah.
That's nice. Yeah, just to add on, I think I was able to relate to whatever Jidna said, because I am again in the same boat where I am mother of 2, and the second baby was a preterm baby, and I had to take a sabbatical, and got a lot of stuffs where you're not taking care of yourself. That is where you had to take a preterm baby kind of stuff. But then I took this conscious call saying, okay, I'll take a sabbatical and then be with the kid, supporting him, supporting my elder one and all that. So at the same time, my husband got transferred to a different out of state. He works in bank. So he got into another state offer. So he had to move in for that. But then, there was some guilt which was like always there. I'm not doing my best, and what if when I come back to office, what would it be? The situation. I wasn't open source, and then I wanted to make that switch to cloud, because cloud was then just booming up. So I said, okay, I will take this sabbatical as an opportunity to learn cloud. So that is when I started my cloud journey with a paid Udemy course, and way back we didn't have any kind of quick lab support and all that. So I started with my journey while taking care of kid, while taking care of family, and making the use of that extra time that I had to give my certification exam, and there was no associate at that level, Google Cloud. It was only professional, and I'm sure Google Cloud experts would understand that, right? It was very difficult, and we didn't have any voucher kind of support. So it was my savings fund, and I was on LOP all the time. And I took that being bold, being vocal about my money, and say I'm going to invest in myself. So I gave my exam, and in one of the summits like this, and I flunked, right? So I had to hear again a lot of things saying you should have taken care of the baby instead of wasting money and all that. So I said no, and I'm not going to give up. So another 15 days I had for the second attempt. So I again invested my own money of $200, and then I gave my second attempt, and then I came out with good marks. So Google qualified, saying you are certified. So being vocal about your thoughts, your ambitions, and getting the support system all together, that will help. It's like, you have the coffee with you, you have the sugar, sweetness underlying, but if you don't stir it, right, you will definitely end up saying it is not good. The whole life you will start complaining. So getting the mentors, getting the right support system along, and it'll be there somewhere around. Even if it is not there, maybe you have to be vocal about asking it, and then getting that through. So that was I had only 2 choices, right? Either break down saying, oh, I lost my $200 and then stayed quiet. But husband also was supportive. He said, no, you go ahead and take it up once again. So I had that breakthrough. And one more, dare to be being vocal. There was just a little bit of mistake in the slide. It was mentioned Wipro, but I don't work for Wipro, so don't post it anywhere. I work for Infosys. Yeah, thank you.
Some feedback coming to the event organizers very soon. Thank you. And before we go to the last question, I'll share 2 reflections as I heard you all speak. One, it is hard. It is really hard, right? We've got one person breastfeeding in Sweden, attending a conference. We've got someone else funding programs. And I think just perseverance and grit, and I know, Aarti, you're going to talk a little bit about this, but that is just one thing that I think we can't give up on. And I just want to acknowledge that it is hard. It's hard for each and every one of us in this room to break through where we work. My second reflection was really about people, right? In some way, you spoke about people. Anjali, you spoke about outside in, versus just talking to people within. Jitnya, you spoke about networking. And I think just having the courage to say yes, go and meet new people and network is so important. And if you think about it, men have always had these social spaces. The golf, you know, I don't know what happens there, but men are playing golf. They're playing a lot of golf, right? And so they've got the golf spaces, they go drinking, and they have these established social infrastructures, right? And so we have to find our own. And I think a lot of that comes from networking. So I just wanted to share those two reflections and thank you. I also think Rajni has a future career as a philosopher. All that coffee and the stirring, I mean, you know, women tech makers, but also philosophers.
We said poetic, right? That was the other keyword.
Poetry and philosophy. But Aarti, thank you for speaking up, and it brings me to my last question. We're nearly out of time, but one message to give to all the women in this room and beyond on how to break through. What would that be?
Yeah, so, you know, I was thinking because, especially in the current times, you know, one of my key learnings through like moving through different roles has been that at times we tend to sort of move on quickly if we face a challenge. You know, today we do have a lot of options, and every role has some challenge, right? And it's sometimes an easier path to take to say, hey, let me look for alternatives where I may find better support, etc. But I have found that if you stick to, again, you know, it's a case-by-case basis, but if you stick a little longer and look to work through the challenges, I think one, you yourself grow as a person and as a leader. Secondly, you provide value to the organization a lot, because when you have had that tenure in a role, the organization and the team looks up to you more. And I think it also grows you in your career. So that would be my one advice, that, you know, even if you're in a spot where you feel like things are not working out, it's very challenging, I think look for what you can influence and kind of push positively, and sometimes that grows you as a leader. Of course, if things are very, very bad, then, you know, please feel free to move on, but you know, I guess what I'm saying is, don't move on too easily or too quickly.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Never give up is what I heard. Except when it's really bad, then give up. Then feel free to give up.
Feel free to speak up, yeah, don't, yeah.
Priya, what about you? We'll go in this direction if that's all right.
Yeah, sure. So I think if there is one message I want to relay today, I think it's about being very self-aware. So there is a book called How Women Rise by Sally and Marshall, which I came across, right, which really helped me. And in the book, they talk a lot about women's self-limiting behaviors, right, and the mental barriers we put on our own growth and our own potential, right. So that to me is truly that one limiting factor, right, that if we are able to overcome, we can reach our true potential.
I think I would say radical self-belief. I think all of us, it should never be lost upon us that in many cases, and I'm sure the majority of the audience will agree, that we're all the first generation of Indian women who are going to be like career, lifetime working women. So I think that should never be lost upon us, and therefore it's very hard. It's very, very hard. We have far and few people who look like us at the leadership position in the organizations in which we work, right? And therefore, it is a very long journey, it's a very lonely journey, and therefore, radical self-belief is extremely important. You need to be very self-aware of why you've chosen to do this, and more often than not, you'll have to learn to separate the signal from the noise, because in a country like ours, where there's so much social stigma and pressures as well, it's very easy to say no, and it's very easy to sit out of the workforce, right? I'm moving, and I've moved cities, I've got married, I've moved countries, I've moved homes, I've had children, taken sabbaticals, I've done like all of that in the last 20 years. And I've noticed at each of these milestones, it was easier to sit out. It was like, because everyone around you is like, you don't need to do this, and that's what we learned from this as well. But knowing why you're doing what you're doing is extremely important. So don't lose sight of the big picture, the long haul. And for that, you need radical self-belief. I think that's what I'd say. Here's to that.
I'm thinking what is not covered yet. Okay. So great points, folks. I would say advocate more. I'll give you my experience. I've been a mom and I'm managing few women in my team. What I'm seeing is the number of times, and this is not I'm not sounding like a gender bias, but the number of times a man comes to me and the reportee comes to me and talks about his promotion is at least 4 times or 5 times more than a woman coming. And I don't know if I can generalize this based upon my data point, but this is what I've read in Leaning from the Sheryl Sandrop's book. Women don't advocate enough. They think, hey, I have only this 9 to 4 focus time. I'm probably not put in. There are men who are in the office till 7, 8. And so am I not putting enough? It's not the case. Advocate more. Don't be hard on yourself. Believe in yourself. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. And the only thing I'll add to that is I manage a diverse team as well. I hope none of them are here, but I will say men want to get promoted on potential and women want to get promoted on performance, right? And that is the big difference.
We have high bar for ourselves for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, I know why. We're clearly better. That's why. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, Rajni, last one. Your message.
Thank you. Last one is a difficult one to speak, right? Last speaker, usually they would have covered most of the stuffs. I just want to give a different perspective here. Usually we settle for less, right? We just achieve something and then we say, okay, we have achieved and keep bragging about it. One to add on to help you go self-promote is like attend the IAR workshop which is happening today. That will teach you how we will have to self-promote ourselves, whether it's men or women. And accomplishments actually don't speak for themselves, but you will also have to feel like, for me at least, I feel accomplishments are something which you feel like it's getting boring, because today I was supposed to be at Delhi receiving my Women Changemaker award, but I thought it will be a lot of, thank you. Thank you for that, love. I just thought it will be a lot of success stories there and definitely failure stories, but I chose to be here today thinking, I will meet some of the nice people here and help them make their success stories. So keep the accomplishments, definitely brag about it if they are legitimate, and let that be. Don't settle for that. You'll have to do more. So go on, never settle for less there. Thank you.
That's about all we have time for, but 2 things from me. I noticed there are men in the audience, and I have been trashing all of you. So, hashtag not all men. Thank you for those who support us. A big round of applause for the men in the audience. And the last message I will give, a very practical message like all of these messages: marry the right guy. That, shout out to Nikit, who's somewhere, but marry the right guy, find the right partner, and that is going to make all the difference. All right, that's about it. There's a great chart counter, so head over there. And thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everyone. We will have the guest speaker starting very shortly in about a minute or two. Can we request everyone to come in the front, everyone in the back rows, to come fill up the seats in the front instead of staying at the back? And everyone else from outside, please come into the hall quickly. Thank you. So the guest speaker for today is Major Vandana Sharma. Major Vandana Sharma represents the face of today's multi-talented women who pursue excellence in every field, from the country's defense to the corporate sector, over a rich and diverse career of over 25 years. Major Sharma played a back-end role in the Kargil War in 1999, and her military contributions to the Kargil War of 1999 has been recorded and commended in the military history of Army Ordnance Corps. After serving Indian Army for a decade, Major Sharma has contributed to leadership roles across diverse corporate sectors from organizations like Wipro, GMR, and Myntra. She is an experienced TEDx speaker and has spoken about various topics from follow a career, risk to rise, and rising through resilience. So let us give a round of applause for Major Vandana Sharma. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Shrishti. Thank you, Google India. Thank you, Women Techmakers. Really excited to be here. Just that we've been running a little behind schedule, so I ended up having a session right after lunch. I hope you stay up. And the storytelling is fun, so look forward to sharing my journey. Though 30 minutes would not be enough to talk about 49 years of life. But yes, it's been fun. I did a lot of things that made it worthwhile. And so I'm here to share my journey and say that, you just have to think something and it happens. So no special formula, just be yourself. And with that, I'd like to talk about dare to be as whoever you want to be, right? So this is the 5-year-old Vandana that you see on stage. And I was always a very curious child. The good thing in my life was I was born to parents who lived in Pune, and my dad was in the Air Force. So when I was that young, I saw MiG-21s fly. I saw these very handsome pilots, in flying dungarees with a helmet and Ray-Ban and, walk across the real Top Gun, right? So when I saw that, I always wondered why women couldn't do it. And when Dad came home, I took his cap, wore it, saluted to myself, just to see how I looked. And I always wished that there was something that girls could do. God was kind. By the time I was in college, the government decided that women could join the armed forces. However, when I say that, please remember that those were the years where in our country, the only respected careers were doctors, engineers, and probably law, or for girls, you had the option of becoming teachers. But that's pretty much how it used to be. So there were limited options, and I was this kid who was everywhere. Sports, cultural events, everything, studies. So I wanted to do so much, but I didn't want to be a doctor. I didn't think math interested me so much. So I always wondered, and there was this whole wish that I wish I could be in the forces. It happened, and before I get to the army story, I want to talk about another dare to be that happened in my childhood. So, you see, I'm only 153 centimeters. Typically, when people see me, they say, "Are you were in the army, huh?" Because they expect us 6 feet tall, or I don't know, it's just a stereotype. So they would think I'm going to be really tall and stuff. So I'll go back to my childhood, and I wanted to play the game of basketball. Now that's another thing that only tall people do, right? But I love the game. So everyone said, that's not the game for you, focus on your studies and everything. But I played the game because I loved it. And by the time I was in grade 9, 10, 11, I represented the school at nationals 3 times. And I continued. Ask me how. I just learned to shoot really well. I knew if I go in, nobody would let me in to do the layups. So I practiced 3-pointer shots, and there was a way of doing it, right? So I played basketball. Now my younger son is about 6, and he plays basketball. He studies in France, and he's part of the university team. It makes me very excited, that at least the boys have been playing the sports that I was so excited about. Here's one picture from my academy days when I was with the part of Officers Training Academy at Chennai, and I was just captain of the girls team at that point in time. I don't have too many pictures of me playing basketball, but this is pretty much what I have, and I thought I will share it with all of you, just to say that even basketball was possible for a 5'2". Now this is where the story started. This is 1996. I was 22 and very, very excited about being in the army, wearing that single star on my shoulders. Those days, the officers got commissioned with 1 star, not 2. Now you get commissioned as lieutenants, but those days it used to be a second lieutenant. So I was this little girl, and when I reported to my first unit, which was in far-flung areas in a place called Bengaluru, you won't have even heard of it. It's a forest where elephants and deer and, they were more for company than human beings. But as a tiny little girl, I was posted there. And obviously, people had not seen women in uniform. So it was fun because when I reached my unit and wore my uniform and went to work, I could always see that people came casually walking across my office just to get a glimpse. And it was fun, because you knew you mean a lot more than just being yourself. You're representing women. So it brought a lot of responsibility also, because there were a lot of expectations. There were a lot of barriers to be broken. There were so many questions that people had, and I was living in a place like that. So it was fun, and I often heard things like, you all understand Hindi? I'll just tell you in Hindi because then it has the originality of it. So people would say, "Arey, ye 7th grader ko kisne uniform pehna di?" So I looked that young those years. I want to show you this picture from the academy days again. This is the first time we held a real weapon and went firing. So we were straight out of college, and you can imagine, 21-year-olds happy holding a carbine machine in the hand. So this is one of those candid, careless pictures from those days. Now from somebody like that to becoming a serious second lieutenant and captain and major. So it's been a journey of transformation. Having said that, the years that I spent with the Army, the 10 years from 1996 to 2006, the only thing I want to talk about is, there was a need to volunteer in a lot of places which were not typically meant for girls. Though we got hired, but we were not preferred to do something which was exciting or adventurous or critical. I'll talk about one incident about firing when my unit was going to a firing range for practicing, because you have to keep practicing your firing to stay sharp. Everybody was going, the whole entire organization was going. They decided to leave behind one officer who's supposed to take care of the security and keep it safe while everybody is away, right? Because sabotage can happen, many other things can happen. So guess who was the chosen one? And then I had to volunteer. I said, I'd love to come along. Why are you leaving me behind? They said, people were kind. They said, why do you want to go? There is going to be sunny all day. You'll have to run around. We do need an officer behind, right? So you take care. I said, I know that's a possibility, but I don't want to be left behind. I'd love to come along. So when I was that insistent, I was taken along. Now I knew. That brought in a lot of curiosity. People wondered how I'll do with the weapons. And obviously, I had to go fire with the rest. And we call it detail. There are 10 people who stand together, and when they say fire, you fire. So I knew that I'm doing it not just for myself, but for everybody to see how I do, right? So I went, I shot, then you run to the target, you get your scores, and you see. And when everybody saw that I was a marksman, not a markswoman, everybody said, wow. And I remember the Subedar Major Sahab say, Sahab ka, they called me Sahab. They said, Sahab ka aim to tum sabse acha hai. So that was the day when I saw acceptance for the first time. And that's when I realized that when you're good at your job, whatever you sign up for, the gender stops to matter. And that was my learning to become a part of the whole band of brothers. And people started to accept me more. I did everything as well. And in a lot of places, I had to do better just to be heard, seen, my opinion to count. So it took a lot to kind of establish that women are as good as men, because it's not just about Lieutenant Sharma, it's about, can women do this, right? So those were, some of the early days that I wanted to talk about. Now, I just took a picture of how they look in my album and posted it here because this is a transformational journey of that young second lieutenant to the major that you see. And in that time frame, many things happened. I got posted to so many places. The third picture that you see in that oversized jacket, that's also because the jackets for women were not available in extreme cold climate. And this is Leh Pengongso, as you all know today. Those days, it was not touristy. You could only see soldiers and the local Buddhist community. So I was posted there, so this is one of those pictures. And the last one, of course, is my younger son in 2006. So I just covered it because, you know, this sort of talks about my entire journey of who I was. I want to spend a moment here to talk about my journey from 1998 to year 2000, and I was posted in Leh, Ladakh. As I mentioned, there were very few people, and women were not really posted to field those days unless you volunteered. And so when I volunteered and I got posted there, it was still a peace time and a beautiful time. However, the war happened. Now, none of us knew that the war was coming. It happened, and I happened to be posted there. So I became part of what we know as the Kargil War Op Vijay. And I was the junior most officer in the unit and only girl deployed in Leh at that point in time in logistics, which was my core role. People used to go to Kargil from Leh, and our unit used to send all the, spare parts and ammunition and weapons needed and all of that, and there were these convoys that used to go. I have seen the war from a logistician's point of view. And obviously, again, I was not the first one to go into the war zone. And I used to take care of the administration, safety, security, and warehousing back in Leh. And when I would sign what we call the movement order for the troops to go forward, I would do that and I would tell people, please take care, because I didn't know whether they were coming back or not, and it was very scary. When I said that, often my eyes teared up, and I often thought they would say, she's a girl, so maybe that's why she's not going ahead. Nobody said it to me, but it's how you think. So I did request my commanding officer, and I said I'd like to go to the war zone. And of course I went. And that's one thing that I'd say changed me as a person. Because when I was close to Kargil, the first artillery shell fell that I witnessed myself. And the voice itself, that boom and the whole earth-shattering noise around and everything moving, told me that it could all get over in minutes. And in that split second, I saw my whole world, my parents, my siblings, my family, everything. And I said, God, I want to live through this. And if I survive, I'm going to make it a worthwhile life. And after that, of course, there were a lot of artillery shells, a lot happened in life, but nothing shook me because, you know how important your life is and so much to see, so much to do. Another story of sharpshooting. So I was part of the army sharpshooting as a young girl in 1997. I chose to continue with my logistics career, but this was another option that was possible just because I was good at what I did. Want to talk about this. I was a mother of a 10-month-old, and in the deserts of Rajasthan, this happened again. I came in early and I heard some of the panelists talk about their journey as young mothers and into the boardrooms and for making presentations. This was similar, only harder because it was a crazy amount of heat, no other women, and probably there was no expectation also to have me there, but I volunteered. I said, no, I want to be there. I don't want anybody to say that you are not part of what everybody else does. So I volunteered and I went, and that's my team. You can see the computer. That's the only computer we used to have in a wooden box, and it's sand below us. So this is how we lived, and this is my team. And I learned a lot from all of these gentlemen. Well, the last day came in 2006 because the government didn't have plans for women after a contract of 10 years, and I wanted to reskill and move on because I wanted a career for myself. And therefore, the second transformation happened in my life. And that's again a story that I talk about, because that's my last day, probably all the emotions written all over my face, leaving something you love so much and not knowing where you're going. I had no idea. And I talk about this because 2006, internet as we know today did not exist. I was somebody who could throw grenades, shoot with LMGs, MMGs. I could drive at 120, 140 in Ladakh, in Rajasthan, but I didn't know to start a computer. I didn't know to drive in a city like Bangalore. So you can imagine the contrast. It was crazy, and this is just the life I'm talking about. The career is another story. Not knowing anything whatsoever, and then I said, where do I begin? So I went back to a business school, understood what business is all about, and imagine, for a soldier who's never taught return on investment and profitability. Now you're in an organization where people talk about what do you get for the number of hours you put. I was not taught that. So it was a big transformation in the mindset also. So, well, the journey happened. I landed myself in Wipro, which was an IT company, and complete shift from soldier to the recruiter and HR person in Wipro. It's been a journey, and I'll quickly show you some just pictures of the kind of things that I did, apart from just learning, putting my head down and saying, hey, this is a completely new life. I chose it, and I'm going to do well at it. Like any marathon, there were days when I was tired, I would want to stop, but I said, no, let me not stop. I'll go ahead and learn more and more. So I did a lot of these things. Probably these are the things that kept the spark up in those days when I felt unsure of what I was doing or why I was doing. But then, I became part of a lot of communities, ran a lot of initiatives in all the organizations that I worked with. This again I talk about because from the major who joined again from zero and started back to square one, a new career, I was sharing a panel discussion with the CHRO of my company in Wipro. And that's one moment where I said, okay, maybe in the second career also, I am making a difference. I'm reaching somewhere where somebody who was that aspiration and I looked up to, today I'm invited as a speaker in a session along with him. So it said a lot to me, and here are a couple of things that I want to talk about from the messaging of what I think about life and what I want to leave in this room. So I think the only thing that I want to begin with is always try to move out of comfort zone, and that's the question I ask myself every single day. Today as a 49-year-old also, I always say, what is it that I don't know? What can I do or what can I learn? And maybe it's going to be exciting. So I've always been very curious, and I pushed myself out of comfort zones. One story I'll tell you is from this December 2022. So me and the boys, we drove across 7 countries in 17 days. For Christmas, we went to see my younger son, and we decided to just explore Europe. Now that everybody does, but the fun thing is, back in India, here I drive a manual car, a Toyota Corolla Altis. There we rented a T-Roc auto, and it's a right-hand drive. Now I've never done that. And suddenly in Paris at 9 p.m., there's nobody to guide you, tell you anything, and they just gave us the keys and said, okay, go, it's yours. Then we started looking at YouTube, how to open the boot, and it was -7, so it was so funny. But a crazy time, the roads were frozen. And from there we drove to Reims. And first it was crazy because, you're wired to drive on the left and a manual car. And suddenly you're in a place where all the trucks and containers are driving at 150 and you have to stick to your lane. It was crazy. Both my children in the car, everything that I carry, right? I was frightened, but I said, no, this is a new learning, let me go through this. And yes, after a day or two, we were driving everywhere. We drove across so many nations. So just saying that, I push myself beyond my comfort zone. Whatever I have not done, it's okay. You may mess up, you may do badly, but it's a story to tell. My kids and I will laugh about it now because we were chasing rainbows, we were seeing so many fun things. It was so much fun. Same message, we're taking risks. Try something new. This is when I turned 40, I decided I must try some more adventure because I didn't do it for a long time after leaving army. I said, hey, do I still have it in me? These are my boys, and some of these pictures are from earlier, year 2000, when the elder one was born in 2004. This is how my world looks now. I have another baby who's Maximus, who's 5-year-old German Shepherd, and those are my boys, 22 and 18 today. All I talk about today is finding joy, no matter what you do. Job, relationships, life. I think that ultimately you have to know what makes you happy. So that self-awareness is extremely important. And for me, personally, it's travel. People talk of travel and my eyes light up. I can do travel planning for other people also. I just enjoy that so much. So these are just some pictures of my solo travel through the world where I've met so many different people. It's humbling. It's scary. You learn so much and there's so much to see. And that keeps you inspired and excited about so much more to do, right? Now, it was funny that I did marathons much later in life again just to know whether I'm fit enough. And this poster came to me in my email. So it was fun to see myself. And then I said, hey, well, life is a marathon, and let me always talk about it that, you don't need to sprint. All of us, our journeys are different. What happened for me at a particular age not necessarily will happen for others at the same age. It can happen before, it can happen later, and there's no competition. We all came alone, we are going to go alone. We have to be happy and comfortable with what we do in our life. There is no validation needed from anybody. Just live, enjoy every day. These are just some pictures of the things that happened over the years. Yeah, so I'll quickly go through these just to say that, all of these things happened in life. And I think when I look back, it brought a lot of happiness. And these are the pictures from that, Europe trip we just had in December. This is a message that I want to leave you with. You need to always do things that light your soul. And for me, travel brings me a lot of learnings, and that's what I do when I am not working. I try to see new places. I learn about people, culture, food, and all of that. So just figure out what's that one thing that excites you and continue to just do that. One life. So all I'd say is dare to be everything you want to be. Dare to be the traveler, the dreamer, the woman leader, the entrepreneur, the tech leader, whatever comes to your mind, and all of it is possible. Everything is possible. So, I just look back at this picture that I took in Ladakh a few years ago, and I said, hey, I have come a long way from who I used to be, and I don't know where I want to be headed to, but it's been a fun journey, and each day has been so exciting, and I wish there are more stories to tell in time. So that's the last thing that I want to leave you guys with, and I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any more, any things that all of you would want to talk about.
It's a little late, but I'll repeat my question. So, have you ever felt that this was something that I should not have done? Because as women, we get into this guilt trips, which is unnecessary, and we put in our own self-blockers. Do you regret anything you've done so far? But your life doesn't say that, but there could have been something that you would like to share. and you would have been vulnerable. So
Yes.
how did you deal with it?
Yes, yes. So thank you for the question, and this is often something that women talk to me about. The truth is, I always give the example of a swan. When you see a swan in a lake, it looks so beautiful and graceful, and its life looks all breezy, but we see how hard they are pedaling, right? So that's what life is about for all of us. As a soldier, as a young mother with little babies, it broke my heart every single time when my son had 100 fever and I had to go for something at work. And today there are creches. There is care available. When you join as a soldier, you don't say, hey, where's the creche? So you chose to be here. Now figure it out. You have to do this, you have to do that. And you can't be the vulnerable one who goes and says, my son is sick and I want to be at home. So there were a lot of those moments where I said, okay, I'll get through this. The only thing you want to do is, create a support system of your own that lets you handle those stresses more easily. And that's what I tried to do. I always tried to have my backups in place so that life went on. Nothing impacted the children, nothing impacted anybody else, and I could do what I wanted. So there were a lot of those moments while I was in the army also, and even later. Relationships. A lot of things, we do where the partner's not in agreement, because we both want two different things in life. But I wanted to have my boundaries very clear to say, hey, these are the things that we wanted to do together, and there are so many things that we didn't agree on. And it's hard. You just have to become more, how do I put it, stubborn about what you want in life. It's hard. Especially when you come across as somebody who wants to go ahead and do something and everyone guilt trips you to say, no, 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 how can you do that? When I went on my travel also, now I enjoy travel. I wanted to do solo trips. A lot of times I got those night comments, hey, you're going to leave children behind and just go off. I said, well, I like traveling. I do trips with children also. My quality time with kids is always when I take them on treks and, the travel I talked about. But I like my time alone. And like they say, apna mask pehle pehno. You need to take care of yourself. So I've done that. I said, no matter who says what, I will do what works for me. And that made my children stronger. This 18-year-old who went to France to study for his undergrad in September 2022, he went alone. In a non-English speaking country, he figured it all by himself. And that happened because I pushed the children to take a lot of decisions, travel alone, do things where mama was not around always. And, the boys are very independent. They can travel anywhere. They can take decisions in my absence. And that gives me a lot of peace of mind. Because, say, for example, COVID what happened, right? Now, we were all scared. We didn't know what can happen. So, you don't want your families to be stuck. And that's a soldier mindset. You always want your family to take care of itself if you're not around. So, I think I prepared my family well for any time when they can do things when I'm not around. So, yes, there were mistakes, there were a lot of heartaches, a lot of pain, but I think I was very determined about what I wanted to do. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Working.
I can.
Okay. Okay. What are your opinions on two things? One is the Agnipath scheme and women in combat. Thank you.
I want to cut it down right there to say I am not a government spokesperson and I don't get into any politics, religion or schemes that government comes with. I quit in 2006, but if there are questions around women in leadership, parenting, careers, both in the army and in the corporate, I'll be more than happy to answer. Okay, so on that, what I'd say is, if you're good at something, it doesn't matter what the gender is. And therefore, if a woman wants to get into combat, they should not be a blocker. However, not necessarily all women want to be in combat. Like, if you ask me, with my stature and my personality, I don't think I'm best suited to go and fight a 7 feet Pathan. I'm better with technology, I'm better with people skills, I'm better with supply chain. So it depends, you know, the choice should be there, but it should not be forced wherever. So that's how. My pleasure.
Hello, ma'am. So I had a question.
Sure.
Did you ever feel intimidated or compared yourself with others, and how did you deal with that?
Oh, that we all do. And definitely, because you know, we are Indians and we live in a community where it's always, oh dekho unka bachcha kya kar raha hai, you know. So it was always there about other kids sticking to conventional choices, other people doing things that everybody in the society thought was the right thing to do. But it's always about whether you want to do that and regret or feel upset about it, that you didn't say it and that's why you lost out. So I learned that, you know, very early in life, and this is a story I've also told in a TED talk earlier, but I want to mention that again, that same age when I showed my first picture, right, 5, we went to my grandparents' place, and in UP, you know how it is, the women are not the same as men, and all the women sit down and cook in the kitchen, and the men are served first. Now, nothing wrong about it, it's a cultural thing, but the 5-year-old that I was, who ate with my parents every day together, now this was different for me. So when I saw my grandfather, my father, my brother sit down and eat, and I was told, go get water and serve them, and you eat later with the ladies, I questioned. I said, why can't we all eat together? Why are you eating first? Why are you not cooking? You know, all those things. Now the good part is my father always encouraged me to speak up. And I asked so many questions, people called me Vakil Saab. So when I started asking, they said, go get your plate. So I found my seat at the table, even if it was the dining table, at the age of 5 because I asked. So I always knew that I have to open my mouth and ask what I want. And when you are resilient, when you are, you know, wanting to do things your way, and it's the right cause, people come around. So whenever there were a lot of those aspects where people said, you know, you can't do this, you can't do that, but I made it a point to do it because I wanted to do it. So it's okay.
Thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Hi, so
Hi.
my question to you, something that you showed in your presentation really struck me, and I have a few doubts regarding it. You spoke about finding joy in every circumstance.
Right.
So that is something I personally find it difficult to do, because, and looking at your journey, it's so fascinating. You've been in the army, you're such in a good position in the corporate world. I'm sure you would have come through a lot of stressful situations, and where you had to work a lot and didn't really find time for anything else.
Yeah.
How do you find joy even in the midst of everything? Because I believe some of us aspire to be corporate leaders, and
Yeah.
I think that comes with a lot of work and stress and a very
Right.
tight schedule. So
Right.
even in the midst of everything that's happening around you and your career, how do you find joy?
Very good question, and I think that's the essence of life. So 2 things. Learning to say no. I learned that, you know, if you accept everything and you are always trying to be a people pleaser, it's going to hurt you somewhere. So there were a lot of places where I built boundaries. And I said, look, this is acceptable and this is not. So a lot of workplaces also, or in my life and in my career, or what I wanted out of life in general, I think I was always very self-aware, and I decided this is something I want to do and this is something that doesn't agree with me. If I'm not good at something, I won't push for it. I will do things that I'm good at. I have no shame in accepting there are a lot of areas which I'm not good at. Why chase those? Chase things that make me happy. Things that teach me something new. Things that I'm excited about. So that's number 1. And the other thing that keeps me happy is just decluttering. I don't consume things that are not good for me. Whether it's internet, I don't follow a lot of old friends, associations, or media houses or news that brings me a lot of anxiety. I don't stick in places that are toxic for me. And it's like cleaning a cupboard, right? I mean, if you fill it with rubbish, you won't have space for putting things that are good for you. So I always keep the wardrobe clean. I always keep life clean. I only consume things that are good for me. Every minute that I do something in my life, it has to be meaningful for me. I talk to people who can teach me something. I always, choose to be in forums where I learn something. So things like that have helped me grow. They've also helped me stay humble. I know there are people out there who have done so much more. It's nothing that, I have achieved. So when you think like that, it keeps you curious, it keeps you happy, and every time you learn something new and you do something new, it's exciting. So which is how, and 2012 onwards, I've been with a lot of startups. Again, that was a space which was so new. And Bangalore being the hub of it, I was here for 15 years before I moved to Pune last year. So I joined Myntra. It was a 150 people company. It grew to about 7,000 when I was the head of HR for the supply chain. And that kind of speed of growth in two years till the Flipkart acquisition happened was crazy. But it gave me fun. We almost worked every single day, but I enjoyed it because I was learning so much. So I've been with fashion startups, travel startups. Now I work with almost Gen Z in a gaming startup. And, I call it reverse mentoring. I hang out with 22-year-olds. And people are now talking about, and, we were talking about it earlier. They say, how do you manage Gen Z? I say, I have raised two. It's not a problem. So you have to be happy and excited every single day, wherever you are, whatever you're doing. If you see the purpose, and I think my purpose is to spread the idea to everyone, and that's what I try to do. And that keeps me happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes? Yes?
Oh, can I? Hi, I'm Manasa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
after her.
After you left the army,
Yeah.
how did you find your source of motivation?
I left it consciously. I knew what I was signing up for because the road got over for me. The army contract got over and I needed to reskill. I didn't want to be a housewife. I didn't want to settle for anything else I didn't want. I wanted to have a career. So I said, what do I do? Where do I go? What do I know? So those are the questions I asked myself. And then obviously I had to pick up new skills. So from a soldier who didn't know how to start a computer, I joined an IT company. So you can imagine the journey. It was so much to learn, but my colleagues helped me through it. And every day I kept my head down like in a marathon. I said, ye bhi nahi aata, wo bhi nahi aata, but kar lenge, ho jayega, So it was hard, but it was fun.
So like, maybe there's just one thing that's always there that keeps you going. What is that?
New learnings.
Very nice. Nice.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Safala this side. I just have one question. So today, me being a tech leader, managing 400 plus engineers, but still, when I aim for my next role or next promotion, and I work hard for it, but still I get to hear some kind of comments like, for you girls, it is easy. Like diversity will anyways get chance. You don't have to struggle more for it. Even after working maybe like 13, 14 hours, I get to hear this. Have you ever come across such questions or such comments, and how did you deal with it?
Good question, and very relevant whether it was in the army or the corporate world. I think the sheer fact that we were so less in numbers, these were the things that were natural for somebody to ask who was not the same gender. And there were a lot of those places where no girl had ever been, no girl had done. So it wasn't easy for people to trust you with it. And therefore, like I said, I volunteered for a lot of opportunities, and that's what got me the recognition. These were all the projects, even in the corporates. I always took projects which nobody was either willing to take. because they were messy or difficult or just not enough ROI. But so they were startup projects. You have to build something ground up. And when you do that and you do efficiently and well, then people recognize. So, yeah. So, I'll tell you another story from the military days, right? I mean, people always told me, why do you work this hard? I stayed back to finish something. There were babies in the house, and I would stay back because I needed to finish something. And there were comments like, you're never going to be the chief of army. Why are you here? Go home. Your career is just a 10-year contract. So don't kill yourself, things like that. But then I said, look, I knew when I joined also that I will not be the chief of army staff. I knew I will not have a career beyond 10 years. I'm here because I'm Major Vandana Sharma, and I will do what I do well. So, you have to give back and say the things that we need to, because like I said, it's not just you that you're representing the whole gender that comes along. And a lot of places where I was alone, I always try to advocate for more women. I always tried to make it easier. I did free mentoring for a lot of young girls, just for building that assertion, to say that, we are all here because we are capable people. Nobody did it as charity for us. And when we are here, we need to do it well. Don't look for excuses. Don't accept snide comments. Give it back. Now, be kind. There's no need to be aggressive. We have to remain kind, and I kill people with kindness. People ask me often, did you shoot anybody because you were in the army? I said, no, I didn't shoot anybody. There was no need. But I made a point. I always made sure I did what I was signing up for, and I did it with all my heart. And that's how I created a space.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe, I think maybe one key takeaway, when I was in a conference with all, I think maybe 25 male, all the corporate, and I was the only lady. And I think I heard that in the same event, and where they have like, for you girls, it is easy. So I said, in the place where you had 25 guys, and I was the only lady who was representing then, I was the most who was talking. I think that makes a difference. It's not the woman card.
Absolutely. The impact we make, right? So it's always about impact. Whether in life, whether in the boardroom, whether at work, life is about impact. And we should not trade for anything lesser. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. I'm so sorry, we're running a little short on time, but Major Vandana Sharma will be outside at the Dare to Be Fearless booth. We can have a small meet and greet there. In the meantime, so we can do that. You can ask all your questions there, take your pictures at the booth outside after the session.
Sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. It's been wonderful.
One last question. One last question,
Shrishti,
please.
Do I take that or go home?
Take it outside, please.
Just 1 minute. Here, a lot of women tech leaders are there. If they get opportunity today to work in military, so they should choose military or Google.
Military or Google, you're asking?
Yeah.
Both are amazing choices. It's about what the person wants.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vandana.
Pleasure meeting you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So now we'll have 2 workshops. The I Am Remarkable workshop will be happening in the other hall, and the the personal skills workshop will be happening in this hall. So you all can, take your choice and see which workshop you all want to attend. It's a limited capacity, so please make your choice quick. Thank you.
ये भी सेम आता है देखा लेते हैं बैटरी है ना
For everyone having a confusion, the I'm Remarkable workshops happening in the other room, and navigating through emotions to handle workplace conflict and personal branding will be happening in this room. So now you can again make your choice. Thank you. we'll be starting the workshop shortly. Can we have everyone in the last few rows to come and fill up the seats ahead, because we'll have an interactive workshop, so I would really request everyone to come ahead. All the ones in the last rows, please. So the first workshop for today is Navigating Through Emotions to Resolve Workplace Conflict by Mrs. Subha Lakshmi Narayana Simha. Subha is an executive leadership coach and the founding director of SLN Brand Studio. Subha supports organizations to build high-performing leadership pool by coaching senior executives. In 2 decades of corporate and entrepreneurial experience, Subha has played global roles in IT, telecom, and NPO sectors from various geographies. She has worked with leaders across various industries and has also won the Her Rising Award and Digital Women's Award. I would like to hand over the stage to Subha now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Those at the back side, can you hear me well? Yeah? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Srishti, Google India, and of course, we have Women Tech Forum here. And especially when I was told that, okay, my session will be after lunch, I was literally worried. And I'm going to talk about emotions and conflicts, right? So thanks to Major, who kind of cheered us all up, right? But still, we are all sitting here for a long time. In fact, even after having lunch, I was like sitting here for a long time. How about loosening up a bit? Can we all please stand up and then we'll just make some moves. Day to be. Right? Yes, just loosening it up. Because we are going to talk about emotions and conflicts. All serious stuff, isn't it? Awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, so as Srishti introduced, right, so I am an executive leadership coach. As an ICF coach, International Coach Federation's credentialed coach, I am not supposed to give anybody any advice. Yeah? I am supposed to enable my clients to create solutions. There, we co-create solutions. So today, how I have planned is, you all are going to create a case study for yourself from your real life experience. How about it? Does it look good? Yes? How many are up for this challenge? Wow, superb, superb, superb. So with this case study, we all will be co-creating some solutions for all of us, yeah, each one of you. Okay. Okay, so these are all the credentials that I bring along with. One part of what you are going to see today, and these are all growing bucket list, where I love listening to music, especially the classical MS Subbulakshmi. I am a great fan. I start my day with her. Almost every day I end my day with her. And dance is something that I started learning after hitting 40. I started learning Kathak, which is something that I'm very proud of. Thank you. And after hitting 45, just a year back, I started playing badminton. Till that time, I didn't know ABC of sports. If you had asked me what is the spelling of sports, I didn't know. So that is the recent achievement, I would say. The reason why I'm struggling a lot. Yeah, my sir, he's an young chap. He says, ma'am, please don't dance. Please play. Yeah, it's not a Kathak forum. It's a badminton court. You're supposed to play. I still struggle, but every day I enjoy what I'm doing. And of course, speaking, mic is another tool that I've started, loving a lot nowadays. And travel, of course, I love traveling. So these are all, a couple of shades and shapes that I bring along with me. So what are we going to do today? These 4 things I promise that I'm going to give you, but it's up to you to take all these. Yeah, it's up to you, the receiver, to take all these. After once I complete the session, I'd be more than happy to answer to any of your questions. So after the session, whenever you get into any conflicting scenario, you will be able to instantly identify the emotions which are dominating you at that time. And you will be able to get rid of certain conflicts here at the bud stage, right? Because you are able to identify the conflict. Then the third is navigating through challenges by better handling of your emotions. Then the fourth and then the final, the takeaway will be converting those challenging scenarios into gifts. See, this is what I am going to cover today. So let's set the intention. Why are we here? Why am I investing my 1 hour here with you? I mean 45 minutes with you all, right? So here I have come up with an intention that when you leave this room out, after attending my session, each one of you should take at least 2 takeaways, critical takeaways, which you can implement at your workplace. It's not just for your, sake of creating a LinkedIn post or for the sake of, okay, you know what, I attended something for 45 minutes, I'm going with something. No, this is to implement it in your real-time challenges. That is the intention that I'm setting. I request each one of you to set that intention. Why are you here attending my session for another 45 minutes? Yeah, this intention setting will help you a lot going forward. And emotional awareness, this is just a quote that I use. You can take a screenshot if you want. Emotional awareness is a skill that impacts the way we think about ourselves as well as how others perceive us. We have already heard a lot of inspiring stories from Major earlier, right? If you look at it, she stood the right example for the quote that we have here. So what is conflict? In all my sessions, whether it is 45 minutes, 3 hour, or I conduct 6 months, conflict management for leaders, this is the quote I refer to. So what is conflict? A conflict is a situation when the interests, needs, goals or values of involved parties interfere with one another, right? This is like a simple example, but it resonates well with all my audience, right from freshers to the CXOs. Okay, now coming back to workplace and conflict. We go through a lot. Whatever you see here, culture, organizational structure, stakeholder system, cross-functional team structure, processes, generally I take some 3 hours to explain each one of it, where we kind of explore how culture is impacting or culture is creating workplace conflict. Likewise, how the organizational structure is creating a conflict, stakeholder system, cross-functional teams. You may somebody here may be working in the space of designing something, somebody in the development space, right? But end of the day, somebody has to bring a business so that he can develop and design and develop, right? So there are different stakeholders work before you complete the project and then sell whatever the product that you are creating, right? There are so many stakeholders involved here, cross functions involved here. Conflicts can happen at in that space as well, right? So likewise, team structure, processes, I don't want to really get into all of these today because we have less time. But end of it, what do you think is a critical factor which is creating the conflict? Any guesses? These are all there, but what is one element, the reason why we face conflicts? Okay, I'm not hearing actually. Okay, people, right? You, me, every one of you here, including me, we create conflicts. Knowingly, unknowingly, sometimes intentionally, right? We create conflict, but again, conflict is important. We will get to know about it later. It's all about people. So people, you and me are creating conflicts. So what else is happening? How is it getting triggered? Because of the emotions, right? At the outset, it may look like communication is the reason, right? Or something else, attitude. We call somebody as, he or she has a big attitude, right? She is aggressive, she is cold, right? Or he is timid, somebody is bold. We create a lot of labels, right? If you keenly observe, these labels are coming out of some emotion that we are having towards that person, right? And then when it comes to emotions, there are 6 basic emotions which are identified in the, by the researchers, right? Happiness, sadness, fear, anger, surprise and disgust. There are so many more. So there are 27 categories of emotions. Did we know that? There are 27 categories of emotions. This is actually, driven by Alan Cohen and Dasher Kiltnen from University of California, UC Berkeley. They have identified 27 categories of emotion. I'm not really going to get into all these, but I just wanted to introduce all these to you so that you can do your research later on. So humans have the capacity to experience 34,000 unique emotions. What we saw earlier is only 6 basic emotions, right? When we are tired, if we yawn, that is one emotion, a different emotion, right? If I blurt it out with somebody, right, that is a different emotion. Especially when I am tired, I know that nobody in my family will come near me because they know what is going to happen, right? That is a different emotion. If I feel like crying because I am tired, sometimes happen, right? Especially children, if you look at it, they will cry for no reason, just because they are tired. That is a different emotion, right? That crying doesn't have anything to do, to feel bad about something or sad about something, you are depressed, no, right? So there are 34,000 unique emotions are there. Again, just some data that I am sharing. Okay, now the real workshop starts. Okay, if you have a notebook or notepad or something, you can scribble it down there, or in your phone, you may be having a notepad, right? Here, I would like each one of you to please write down, a recent conflicting scenario that you faced at workplace. Please note down only the thing which is at the workplace, which happened at the workplace. I'll give you a few seconds for you to pick your phone and then, or a notebook or a pencil. Normally I distribute notebooks so that in a journal so that they can keep one for conflict management. Just the conflicting scenario. What was the scenario? You don't have to write anything else. I'm going to give you some prompts. And that particular scenario, in the scale of 1 to 5, 1 being low, 5 being high, how would you rate the intensity of that conflict? 1 to 5, 1 low, 5 high, intensity of the conflict. I'm sure you all understand the meaning of intensity, right? The seriousness or whatever definition that you would like to give. Okay, now the real problem makers, people. You are there and definitely there is going to be somebody else. It could be another person or a group of people, right? Who were all there in that particular scenario? Who else were there? Who are all the stakeholders involved in that particular conflict? See, this is the case study that you are all creating. You do not know how and where it's going to help you. So at that moment, how did you respond or react? Were you quiet, or you just blurted it out, or you went out of the room and cried? What exactly was your emotion, right? At that point of time, how did you react or respond? Please note it down. And what was the outcome? Outcome is completely different from how you reacted, irrespective of your reaction. What was the outcome that whole lot of you have achieved as a part of that conflict? It could be win-lose or win-win or lose-lose, whatever it may be. Note it down, nobody is going to look at it. Now, if you can kind of go back to that particular day, that particular moment, can you please label that emotion that you were going through? Was it anger, irritation, whatever it is, just label it. It's you, your conflict, you are going to find some solution which is going to help you going forward. It not be a similar or same conflict. So anybody would like to, you don't have to really give me any scenario here, just the emotion. What is the label that you have given to your emotion? Yeah. Anger. Fantastic. Anybody else? Frustration. Oh, lot of frustration coming up here. Sorry? Demotivation. Okay. Yes. Stressed. Yes. Disappointment. See, if you look at it, yeah. Overthinking. Great. if you look at it, none of us had any positive emotion there, right? Because we look at conflict as something very serious or negative. Of course it is negative, right? But we do need that negative, right? So good that you all could label it. Now I'm going to introduce something. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there are 34,000 unique emotions that we go through, right? You can even, go through this, of course, Google it to, learn more about this, right? This is done by Wheel of Emotions, created by Robert Plutchik. This particular wheel will show you different terms that you can give it to your emotion, be it negative or positive, right? So you can find it by searching, right? This labeling, the reason why I wanted you all to label it is, again, in the future, whenever you are going to go through any conflict, whatever be the outcome, whether it is positive or negative, whatever you are feeling inside, right? Learn how to label that emotion. Generally we say labeling is wrong, right? That's how even I started the conversation. Labeling is wrong, but not labeling everything and anything is not wrong. Labeling our emotions will help us to identify ourselves rightly with the conflict that we are facing at that moment. Because as you all said, I also totally agree with you, when we go through any conflicting scenario at the workplace, especially at the workplace, because you can only react so much, right? At home it's a different scenario. At least we have some freedom to express ourselves well. But at workplace you have to have the dignity in place, right? Your self-esteem will be questioned, right? So there are so many emotions that may come up, but labeling that emotion will help you to navigate through that emotion so that you can find the right solution to the conflicting scenario that you are in. Is it too much to grasp or is it too little to grasp? How is the energy now? Energetic. Okay. So now my question to you, how do you think labeling your emotion rightly is going to help you? I didn't give you anything, right? I didn't give you even a clue. What is your thought? How is it going to help you? Anybody? Yeah. I don't hear you. Can you please stand up and then talk? Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for saying that. Because the minute you acknowledge what you go through, that's going to lead you towards, it's like, whenever we are not well, when we go to the hospital, right? Initially, doctors only address the symptom, right? So this identifying our emotion, labeling it is like identifying the symptom. First, we have to address the symptom, right? Then let's worry about finding out the root cause, how to mitigate that root cause. That is the second step. So this is like instantly identifying your emotional influence. First step, as rightly said by, I don't know your name, by that beautiful lady over there, you will be able to acknowledge and understand what exactly you are going through. Yeah, it's not something like, you may be feeling like, okay, I'm sad, but it's not that, right? You may be feeling irritated inside or sad, or tired. It could be simple tiredness, right? You may perceive it as sad because you are going through something. When you label it properly, you will be able to address it properly. If it is tiredness instead of sadness, right? You just take a power nap and then come back or do something else to refresh yourself, right? Okay. So now, how many of you here are confident about identifying your emotions rightly, labeling it rightly? Now at this moment, I know it is soon for me to ask, but still, how many of you are confident about identifying and labeling the emotion? Okay, great. Great, at least some 30 to 40. Okay, so the rest of you, where is the struggle? Multiple emotions, fantastic, beautiful. So how do you think you can tackle it? That's a beautiful one. So okay, so let me ask you another question. See, every day you have multiple things to take care of, right? So what do? So when you go through multiple emotions, just see which is impacting you more from taking an action. Okay. End of the day, it could be simple tiredness. Like I said, just take a power nap, come back with fresh energy. It will make you feel good, right? So that's where instantly identifying the emotion is very, very important. Yeah, anybody else? Where exactly the struggle is from? Where are you struggling? Because I only had some 30% hands here. So now let me ask that question again. Okay, now how many of you are confident about instantly identifying your emotions? Okay, it's much better. Thank you. Shall we move on? Okay. Now the main point. We have just addressed the symptom when we label that emotion or identify that emotion. But how can we get into the core is by identifying where is that emotion coming from, right? So in that conflicting scenario that you had written, right, whichever way that you had reacted, can you identify with somebody or someone in the family or somebody at your workplace? You are behaving like somebody. It could be that if your mom is like timid at home, right, there is a possibility that you show that timidness at your workplace also, right? Or if somebody is like brave, even though your personality is different, right? If you have seen your mother, father or an uncle or a neighbor or your colleagues reacting in one way to a particular problem, it is a human tendency, normal human tendency to behave in the same way, right? Now, again one more labeling we are going to do. Label that particular way of you reacting to somebody. From whom did you pick it or from which scenario that you have picked it, right? So that will help you to understand the core. Okay, fine, what is happening with me, right? One quick example what I can give you is when I was a homemaker for some around 5-6 years before joining TCS. Tata Consultancy Services was my first employer. When I joined there, initial days, right, whenever my manager used to call me to his room for anything, it could be for asking some questions or it could be anything, right, I used to go okay, so everybody will know that okay, Subha is running now, yeah, because I wouldn't even know what is lying there on the floor, right? If you look at it, there is some conflict. Immediately I used to get scared. Okay, why he is calling me? What did I do wrong? All the negative stuff used to come out, right? Immediately, check my mail. Is there anybody, create, any escalation, right? Before going there. And then, second thing, where is it coming from? When I looked back, my problem, what I identified was, I had always had my life completely with girls, girls, girls. We are 3 girls at in the family. I am the eldest one. And fortunately or unfortunately, all my schooling, my section alone was all girls. Maybe the year I was born, there were more girls or boys, or the ratio was equal. We had 50 girls, 50 boys, so they separated. Yeah, till my 8th standard. Then from 9th standard, I was in full girls, 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 continued in college, then got married, right? So absolutely, apart from my younger cousins, I never had any interaction with adult males in a formal setup, right? When I looked back, the problem is coming from the way I was leading my life initially. It was nobody's fault. If you look at it, it was nobody's fault because we had only one school, which is a good school in the town that I was growing up. Again, fortunately and unfortunately, my batch was like that, right? Nobody planned it. When I identified that, that helped me to kind of change it because my boss was a very, very nice person, very senior person in the, in the company with huge experience. I could have learned, then I identified that, okay, fine. Instead of, scaring about somebody, why don't I convert? How can I convert that into my gift, right? That's for some other day. So like that, identify where that specific problem is coming from, the way you reacted is coming from. Maybe the situation that you were in, conflicting situation that you were in, that needed a different way of reacting. Like, there's a person here, she was mentioning when there were 25 men and then she was the only lady, when she was mocked about, okay, ladies will get it easy and all, she was able to give it back, right? Vice versa. It can happen. When the situation requires you to give it back, if you, keep silent, see, silence is a powerful tool, right? You have to use it, utilize it effectively to make your point. I normally tell people, you know what, beyond me talking, especially in the family setup, right? If I go into the silence mode, people will know that, okay, something is wrong, right? Then they will be very careful. They will look at, okay, why am I feeling that way? So silence is a powerful tool, right? But you should know where and how to use it, right? We don't have to search for tools outside. Head to toe, we have all the tools. We know how to be silent. We know how to blurt it out, right? But when to use what is where, we may be struggling, right? That is where we wrongly react, end up spoiling our as well others' life, right? So that's where identifying where that particular reaction is coming from will help you to address the core. Again, only addressing the core. I am not giving you any tool here how you can convert that as of now. Yeah. So how can you, the challenge is something that we have identified to some extent, right? So I promised that I am going to help you to convert the challenge into a gift. So how can we do that? One is, in the conflicting scenario, especially at the workplace, right? What is the role that you are playing? Clarity over here is very, very important, right? Normally we get into the victim mode easily, right? Because we always think that, and majorly we think that, okay, when we are in the conflicting mode, okay, so everybody around us, they have planned to spoil our life. Came here just to spoil, they were born in this world, on this earth, just to spoil our life. We go with some negativity, right? So what is the role that you are playing? So there are, see, I am just giving you some 6 roles here. There are multiple roles. I normally take it when I do longer time session, right? Catalyst, influencer, moderator, mediator, speaker, learner. What is your role that you are playing in that conflicting scenario? Yeah. And this particular one is very, very important. I would say everybody to, keenly notice what I am going to share here. Yeah. EQ is nothing but emotional quotient, right? So self-awareness, micro expressions. So this micro expression is the honest one that we have, right? Whenever we are in any conflicting scenario, before we react with the mask, there is some subtle emotions that we will be having. It could be inside and outside. As a coach, I immediately recognize that micro expression, right? I pick it because my job is to deal with people, help people to manage their conflicts. So I am now tuned to identify those micro expressions. But if you can be your coach to identify this micro expression, nothing like it. You don't have to separately sit and think for labeling your emotion. This identifying micro expression will immediately help you to label it. Yeah. And get comfortable with not knowing. This is another challenge that we have. So get comfortable with not knowing. And then see, first part is self-awareness, right? Then you think about, okay, what others are feeling, others, emotions that they go through. Let's not get in there right now because we don't have enough time to think about that. Okay, so these are all 4 different gifts that I am going to leave you all with. Yeah. So I said that the intention that I have set for myself here is to each one of you to take 2 to 3 key takeaways. So here I am going to spell it out, some 4 different gifts. You can pick whatever you want. So one is physiological undoing. So physiological undoing is nothing but the physical. Generally we say, right, the minute you know that you are going to blurt it out or you are going to react, express in a wrong way, leave that space. Go somewhere outside, right? So that physiological undoing, so there is one this thing called toot I do, especially when I am conducting sessions for C-suite where others are also there. CXO is also there, some VP is also there, and then somebody from the bottom line is also there. When they are there as a combined group, when I conduct a session, I ask everybody to go out, write something in a paper, like what is the role that they are playing, like CFO will write, okay, CFO, so and so CFO. Then the other party will write a VP, the other party will write designer, developer, whatever, right? I tell them, what, tear it out, put it there, come inside. Because once you are inside, you are all equal, right? Here what exactly is happening there? Physiological undoing. When you sit in that same room, you will have that CFO, developer, designer, all the labels that you carry along with your role that you are playing, right? So that will help. Physiological undoing, cognitive broadening. This is very, very important, especially for a tech specialist here, who are very creative when it comes to technology, right? Now, one question that I'm leaving you here is how creative you are when it comes to dealing with people, right? You can think out of the box. If you feel like somebody is shouting, yeah, so you are there in an office setup, your boss is coming and shouting, right? There, it could be the learning for you, how to not to be, right? You can look at it from the learner perspective. With some, you will learn how to be like someone. The minute you like somebody, you will know that, okay, there is a reason why you like that person, without even knowing him or her deeper, right? So that is something that you can do. You can be a learner and use out of the box. Think out of the box. How can you bring in solutions? See, that's what we do, right? When we create a product, that's what we do, right? If you create the same product, like somebody else's, why should you create one? Why should somebody else come and, buy yours, right? Similar cognitive broadening that you can do while dealing with people as well, dealing with conflicting scenarios, especially at workplace. It doesn't come easily, you have to practice. And resource and habit building. See here, this habit building is something that I would like to stress upon. We are in VUCA world. You would have heard of this word, right? Volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous world. Now we have one more definition, BANI, B-A-N-I. I would request all of you to understand what is BANI later on, right? So this world is going to be like this going forward. It is going to, the uncertainty is going to go up, right? It's not going to go down. Complexity is going to go up, right? Ambiguity, we do not know what the other person is talking anymore. Because from some language to WhatsApp language to some other language to ChatGPT language to, we are going to keep creating new languages, right? This ambiguity is going to stay. Nothing is going to change. Only thing that can change is us, right? There, any mindfulness practices is very, very important. Be it meditation or laughing yoga, there are so many things that you can do. Yesterday, I was fortunate to listen to Mr. Anshu Gupta, who is the founder director of Gunj. You would have heard of, right? Beautiful talk, some 30 minutes talk. There he said, somebody was asking about how do you handle yourself and all. He said, what, I don't do any meditation or anything. Yeah. What he said, every day, while waking up and while going to bed, he asked himself one question. Okay, today, how many times I have used the word I? It was very powerful. Good that I remembered here to share it with you all, right? He kind of counts how many times he has used the word I instead of we, right? Then the next day, he mindfully doing something, right? He doesn't use the word I anymore. Then the next day he counts. So if you look at it, why is he doing that? He said that I don't need any other meditation, because this is like a mindfulness. It is taking 2-3 minutes in the morning, 2-3 minutes at night for him, but a powerful one. So choose what is going to help you here. Yeah. So this habit building, and I didn't mention something here, habit breaking. Yeah. Also identify which are all the habits which are not really helping you, impulsive. Yeah. So there is a client of mine, she was labeled for impulsive reaction because she doesn't pause. While talking, she takes pause because she has learnt it from an expert. She takes pause. But when it comes to reacting to some scenario, impulsively she will react, right? Even though technically she is good, her team is performing really, really well, but there is always a tiff between her and her boss because she will impulsively say something, right? Even though I am using the word she here because she is my client, right? Impulsive reaction is something that we all do, men or women or any gender, right? Human beings, we all do. So you identify certain habits which you need to break. That is very, very important, right? And then the fourth one, resilience. Yeah. Each and every conflicting scenario should push your resilient quotient up even to 0.1%. That is good enough. Let's not jump in. Yeah? We will take one step at a time. Even if it is pushing you towards 0.1% of resilience compared to how you were just 10 minutes ago or half an hour ago, right? That's very, very important. There is in a curve that I do a different program where I take them through from vulnerability, how it, goes to that resilient state, right? So this resilience, these 4 can become your gifts as a part of any conflicting scenario that you are in. 1, you should be able to identify your emotions at that instance, label it, right? And then see where is it coming from, the way you react, right, or responded. Where is it coming from? So we have system is a systemic issue, systematic issue, or the second is core issue, right? The minute you identify these 2, then it's all in your hand to solve it. If you cannot solve it on your own, seek help. This is one issue that I'm so sorry, I'm going to mention women here. We do not take help immediately. We try to, see, men do that while driving. Yeah, they will not ask for, directions. I agree. But we do a lot. That is one thing that I have learned in my entrepreneurial journey. Yeah? The minute I started taking help, my growth doubled, tripled, multiplied, multifolded in different, ratios. I'm not really great at numbers. You just multiply it as you wish, right? Seek help. That's very, very important. So this is like a quote I would like to leave you all with. Communication, the human connection is the key to personal and career success. The reason why I'm using this quote is, it's all about how you communicate. When I say communicate, not only what you speak, right? It's also about how you communicate through your body language, right? Non-verbal communication, right? So please work on that. Yes, I'm all set to answer any of your questions. Any questions from your case study? Hope, yes please.
Hi, so I have a question. Yes. I have noticed that what I tend to do is I always try my best to avoid conflict. So I either compromise or I try to I think I'm forgiving the other person, but actually it turns into resentment. So how do you deal with that?
Absolutely. Oh, great that, are you familiar with Thomas Kilmann conflict management model?
No.
No, okay. So there is a model you can explore also later. There is a model, Thomas Kilmann conflict management model, where he introduces 5 different ways in which people generally, handle, right? So here I'm just going to straight away, jump into the answer, right? Avoiding conflict will definitely lead you to some resentment. It's going to put a lot of pressure on you. It will also lead to some health issues, not only mental health issues, physical. It starts here. We do not know when it starts here. It reflects in our body, then we start worrying about it. Again we address the bodily, whatever we see is only the symptom. Yeah. Here is where all the core is, or here is where all the core is, right? So here, when you do that, avoid or compromise, it is a lose-win scenario. If the other party is winning, it is lose-win. Other party is also losing, lose-lose. So how can you create a win-win? By seeing some opportunities to collaborate. You can go through this process, emotions, managing it, and then labeling it, converting it, where is it coming from, right? And then start the cognitive expanding, right? There you see how can you convert this scenario into a win-win one instead of lose-lose or lose-win. That will help you. Of course, I can only give you something, you have to experience it and then tell me later on. You can connect with me on LinkedIn and then tell me how it helped you. Thank you.
Hello. Whatever you talked about also works for personal conflicts.
Absolutely.
But if you want to say there are 2 differences between personal conflicts and workplace conflicts, what would those 2 differences be?
Okay. It's a great question, in fact. Actually, I cannot really call anything as, difference here, right? One is like depending on how you feel comfortable in one place. See, some people are not really very comfortable, they don't have freedom at home. Whereas they have complete freedom, they have the trust circle at workplace, right? So wherever you have the trust circle, wherever you have freedom to speak up, right, you will feel comfortable. Managing conflict will be a little more easier because you have enough space. But the other side is going to be tough. So it's all about you and then the stakeholders involved. And in fact, whenever I conduct any workplace conflict or any sessions at work, right, I tell them when we are talking about stakeholders, right, I ask them for internal stakeholder. Normally they will talk about the team and then the CXOs, other cross-functionals. But I always tell them, you know what, you include your family as your internal stakeholder. Including not only your family, including the helpers who are there at home, right? If I don't have a helper at home to take care of something, I won't be able to travel all the way and then do something, right? So they are very important. So I have to align with when she is taking leave, right? Then I'll prepare my things in advance, right? So everybody is important in that system. So you and then the other stakeholders, the relationship between these two entities will determine the differences or the similarities. Hope I have answered your question.
Thank you.
Hi Subha. Yeah. Thank you for the session. Somehow I was just able to relate to, I have authored a book on parenting called Friction Free Parenting.
Fantastic.
So when you were taking the session, right, I was just trying to staying friction free and being conflict free. So is there something which you would want to add some thoughts on that?
Okay, what was the first one? Conflict free I got?
Friction free was the title of my book. So
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, congratulations on the book. I'll definitely look up to your book. Yeah. See, conflict free I wouldn't recommend. Conflict is important.
Okay.
Yeah. How we are handling that conflict is where everything lies. Since you're coming from the parenting background, right? Especially now that board exams are going on. When the results are up, right, we get to see a lot of suicides and all other stuff, right?
Yeah.
If you look at it, the child, whatever that he or she, that child is going through, the reason why the child took that extreme step, it is not happening on that particular day when the result comes out.
Exactly. Yeah.
It is from the accumulated burden. One day the child is taking some step, right? So it's all about how the conflict has been managed all these days.
Yeah.
One quick example what I can give you from my experience is like, till COVID, right, I have an 11-year-old boy. Till COVID, he never saw us fighting, me and my husband fighting, okay. During COVID, he saw, because we were at home,
all
right?
Together.
Especially 5 days we'll go busy, because we have to do all the mopping, everything, right? So we are busy, we didn't have any time. Then all accumulated tiredness, every Saturday morning, we were fighting for one thing or another, some small stuff. Then one day, I think after 2 or 3 Saturdays, he said, you know what, Saturdays are scary. Yeah, so we are Tamilian. So he said, Saturdays are Sunday days. Sunday means fight, right? Then we realized, what is it that we are showing this guy, right? I mean, we didn't intentionally, fought inside the room when he was around, but it didn't happen because we all were busy the other days, right?
Exactly.
Then I started telling him, you know what, did you see, my parents, my tata party fighting, uncle auntie fighting, that tata fighting, that party fighting, right? So fighting is normal. Yeah. So these conflicts are normal. See, this is normalizing the day-to-day discussion at home, right? We had to normalize it. Thanks to COVID, otherwise we wouldn't have even known something happening in his mind, right? So conflict is important. Exposing our kids to conflict is very, very important.
Yeah.
That would be my take.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Yes. There somebody is. Excuse me. Can you?
Hi. So I had a question. You said that we can just walk away when there are some conflicts, right? But if during any conflict it's heated, right? And if we walk away, don't you think that we're also bottling up our reactions in some kind of manner?
You are right. You are right. Yeah, I agree to this. This is again a great question, right? So when do you walk away? See, walking away is not a solution, right? When I said you walk away from that room is when you feel like, okay, you are going to abruptly say something or impulsively react, which is going to damage yourself after some point, right? Then you walk away. Again, you don't have to really walk away like how politicians do in the parliament, right? But you can just excuse yourself as if you are going to the restroom, right? You go there. In fact, I have a friend, Archana Rao, who is a laughter yoga therapist, right? She has taught us a lot of, tips. So what you can do, laughter yoga you would have seen, right? Ha 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 ha, they do, right? Inside the restroom, you don't have to do that because I don't want you to be labeled as something else. But what you can do is just open your hands, just say, that will release all the toxin out of your body, right? So walk away need not be taken as is. Right? You interpret it, you should know how to use it. See, that's very, very important. Whatever I have given you here, you should have that maturity or the right answer to use these tools at the right time. Like I said, how you can use that silence and then speaking up. Right? These two are two powerful tools. Silence as well speaking up, right? But you should know when to use what. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Krishna.
Hi, Krishna.
You talked about conflict resolution and how in micro expressions are important, even body language is important. But now the tech world is moving remote. How do you do all of that? Micro expressions, I can't identify micro expressions from a remote setting.
Okay, see,
or body language as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. See, micro expression is something that you will feel. Yeah. See, I don't know whether you could see my face when you were talking, right? When you were asking a question, in between there is one line I couldn't hear. Yeah. Then I just did this. Only I knew. Because this is like a feeling, for 1 second I did and then open it up. Unless until you practice that, you start observing yourself. This is like more of practice, right? How you get to practice any art and science. This is like an art, right? So this is micro expression is something that you have to realize. One thing what I would recommend is, whenever you go through any conflicting scenario, immediately the minute you are out of that, right, you journal, right? The minute somebody said something, it hurted you, right? You would have reacted in one way or another. But what exactly was the feeling that you had inside? That is what micro expression is all about. You would have shown or not shown. It's again depending on who you are, right? So it's about what you feel inside. Micro expression is that. Since I am a coach, I am able to identify that because I'm doing it every day. Hope you got the answer, right?
Okay. Hey, I have one question. There are different types of conflicts. Conflict with a manager, conflict with a teammate, conflict with an external stakeholder who is not part of your team. What are the strategies, mechanisms we need to define for ourselves to have this kind of different conflict handling?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for asking this question. Manager, you said manager, some other stakeholder, and you, right, your peers. Who are all they?
They're all colleagues.
Colleagues, right? All are human beings. Yeah?
All are human.
Another human being. So the interaction, conflict is happening between one person to another. Right? So that is where there is one slide that I showed you, the role that you are playing. As you rightly said, there are different conflicts. Right? There is a conflict between you and your boss. At different times, you see, it is not like one day it is happening, right? Frequently it may happen, or periodically it may happen, some conflict may happen, right? But every time if you look at it, you may be playing a different role. Sometimes you are a victim, right? Sometimes you are just a listener. Sometimes you are a learner. Sometimes you are a mediator, right? Identifying the role that you are playing at that moment will help you to create your own strategy. See, that's the reason I have not given you any strategy here, right? We all can create our own strategy. Strategy is nothing but identifying your emotion, being aware of how you are going to react. Yeah, is that the right reaction? If not, you can create a flow chart. If not, cut it, do something, go away, or do some mindfulness exercise at that space if you can do, right? Be in that patience level, be silent, right? Then there is going to be some solution. Right? Maybe after once you feel better, then you go and knock the door, have that conversation. That is one way of looking at it. So one strategy that you are creating, if you feel like speaking up is the right way, then you speak up, confidently speak up. There is one quick example that I can give is there is a CXO level client of mine, a lady, right? She was hired again because the company was going through some process where they needed some lady at the C level. When they knew that that particular thing was not going to happen, they cornered her. Yeah. Actually, when she approached me, the goal was completely different. It was more of how to align with all the stakeholders and all. But during the process, we could see that okay, she was being cornered. Then she had to quit that organization, right? But I was like a little scared. Okay, you know what? This client came up with some goal, but it had gone to a different direction. How is she going to feel towards the end of we were traveling together for around 6 months of coaching conversation, right? towards the end, you know what she said? You know what, Subha, today I was cornered. I quit that organization. I came out with my head held high. That is the key takeaway from the session that I had with you. Initial goal, vision was different. We didn't achieve that because direction changed. There is a diversion in the direction. But this is something that she said, this is like a wow moment for, you know, I could see that, okay, fine, whatever I'm investing my money, time and effort to become who I am is all worth it. Right? So you create your strategy. How do you want to be seen there? Yeah. Hope it helps.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. 2 more time. Okay. One more question or 2 more?
Ma'am, you said like we should control our emotions and we should walk away, but like how to control our impulses at that moment of time?
Okay.
Or situation.
Definitely. Thanks for that question. If you rightly recall, right? I never said control your emotion. You should never control. Yeah. Walking away. Yeah. So walking away when you feel like you are going to impulsively do something, yeah, walking away is one tool which is going to help you. If you control it, see when you walk away, you are going to do something to brush off all the negative energy, right? That negativity which is there, right? The minute we went out and then have a cup of coffee, see we may feel tired after sitting here for 1 hour, 2 hours, right? The minute you walk away, sip water or coffee, you feel energized, right? So that going out, taking some breeze in will make you feel relaxed. When you are in the right decision, when you come back to, yeah, hope I'm clear. Thanks for asking that question. Yeah, Aisha.
Yeah. So thanks for the session, ma'am. One question, like conflict resolution, whatever we discussed today, it's completely from our end. Like how do we handle it? But there are 2 roles in the conflict. So I know you didn't touch upon that so much, but just wanted to understand, like how do we, like you want to resolve it, but the person in front is say someone who's very busy, your manager, or they are like, I don't have time for a half an hour conversation or things like that. So how do you cater to other person's interest / intention
absolutely.
also?
Definitely. Thanks for this question. When we are talking about emotional management, right? It's a simple formula that we use. One is managing yourself, self-awareness, managing yourself, right? Then the second part normally we include is how to manage others. How to be aware of others' emotions, how to understand that, how to interpret it. Then marrying these 2. This is like a formula, right? So here, first of all, you have to be in that self-aware state so that you look at that person from their shoes. See, if the manager is saying, you know what, I don't have time now. See, you are going to your manager's room with a pressing issue that you are having, right? But he or she is brushing you off, then they are moving. Immediately what we think, okay, this person is not giving any importance to me. That is something similar to that pops up in our mind, which is natural. That's how a normal human being will think, right? So when he is brushing it off, because your problem is going to end of the day impact that person also, your boss also, right? But still that person is brushing it off and moving ahead means he or she is having something pressing more. Yeah, intensity of whatever they are going through may be more than what you are bringing in. At that moment, see again, it is that particular moment. The same boss always brushes you off, there is an issue with him or her, right? If it is happening once in a while, that's where we have to, okay, fine, now that person is going through something. Let me figure out when that person is going to be free, let me go and bring my problem. Yeah, that's how we should, but that's a huge thing. If we have to start how to understand others, I need another 3 hours to complete that, but that's a very good question. So, be aware. Be empathetic. Empathy is the beautiful word. Yeah? Empathy, be empathetic towards that other person. Automatically you will see that you are calming down because that negative thought is gone out of your system. Hope it helps. Yeah. Time is okay. I think time is up. Maybe we can meet there. Thank you.
Thank you, Subha.
Thank you so much.
That was a great session.
Thank you.
As we move on to the next session, personal branding at workplace, I'd like to welcome Neha Mathur.
has studied image management from India's most reputed image consulting and business institute, with Conseil Institute of Image Management as her curriculum partner. She is a certified image consultant and a soft skills trainer, accredited by the Scottish Qualification Authority and National Accreditation Board of Education and Training. Let's give her a big round of applause and welcome her.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we're running a little behind time. I'll try to be as quick and as precise as possible. So firstly, very happy to be here, very excited to be here talking to you about something that's a very close to my heart topic. I want to start with a question to the audience here, and I would like it to be an interactive session. I don't believe in giving yarn because, trust me, what I'm going to be talking about is not rocket science. This is not something that you all will be hearing for the first time. We all know this. It's just a friendly reminder that I'm going to be giving you. So the question that I have for all of you here is, have you heard of this term or this saying called, don't judge a book by its cover? How many of you have heard of this? Ooh, the entire room. Fantastic. How many of you did? Tricky question, right? So if I could have the mic passed around, somebody who did not raise their hand. Why did you not raise your hand, sir?
Because most people only look at you from the outside. They will never have the time to see you from the inside.
I don't think we need this session now. I can leave now. Fantastic, because, yeah, go ahead. The mic's right here. Can we just pass it to the audience as well, please? The lady over there, yeah.
Ma'am, I believe that first impressions matter a lot.
First impressions matter a lot, exactly. So, as much as I think our Indian DNA, and we've all been brought up with this, right, by our parents, by our teachers, our peers, don't judge a book by its cover, you don't know what's happening in somebody's life. That's true. We do not need to judge a book by its cover. But then the question for those of you who raised your hands and said that, yes, we should not judge a book by its cover, why is there an entire industry that exists that the sole purpose is to design these book covers? Why don't we walk into a crossword or any bookstore for that matter and only see white books everywhere? There's a reason there's a book cover, my dear friends. The book cover is what helps sell the book. The book cover is what distinguishes one book from the other, right? Like I said, there is a whole industry that exists. Their job is to identify how to design the cover. What colors do we use? What fonts do we use? What should be the author's picture? They will have some 100 photographs. Which photograph should be put at the back of the cover? What should we write about the author? How much should we write about the book? A lot of time, effort, energy, and money goes into designing the book cover. So if effort is being put into designing something non-living, which is a book, why are we not putting effort in designing our own book covers? Do you know what I'm talking about? Our book cover is our personal branding, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I'm sure as I was being introduced, as I was standing here, you all have formed an opinion about me, whether we like it or not. As I walked up the stairs, even before I started talking, there was an opinion being formed in the minds of every single person in this room about who I am, what am I going to speak, is she going to be good enough, is this going to be an interesting session or not? And it's natural. There's nothing right or wrong about it. We all do this. Like the lady there said, that it's about first impressions. Do you know how long it takes for someone to form an opinion about you when they meet you for the first time? 30 seconds? 1 second? Any other guesses? How long does it take? 10 seconds? Okay. Any other guesses? 5 seconds? 7 seconds. 7 seconds is all you have to impress someone when you meet them for the first time? I'm not saying that the first impression is the only impression. Yes, it can change. Once you interact, once you get to know the person better, they may change their opinion about you. But whatever has been formed in those first 7 seconds will stay for a long time. Go back to your interactions, maybe at workplace, maybe at college, when you interact with people. If you did not have a good impression about someone when you met them, did it change instantly like this? It took a while, right? And then you were like, oh, maybe this person is not so bad after all. Now, the world that we are in, the fast-paced moving world that we are in, can we afford to have a wrong impression made about us? Do we want a wrong impression made about us? Do we want the wrong labels that Subha was talking about? Of course, that was more in the emotional context. But even in the personality, in the appearance context, we are labeling each other. Are we not? I know I get labeled all the time. I wear a lot of saris, just the way I'm wearing one today. And trust me, I'm a 41-year-old who loves wearing her saris. And peers of my own age, they label me as an auntie. I don't care. I love what I wear. I love my saris. I know I can pull it with confidence. And I do what I do. I do me. Thank you. So the idea is identify who you are. Right? Spend some time in getting to know yourself. As we've grown up over the years, we've all been given labels. We're all identifying ourselves by whatever the conditioning has been around us, how our friends relate to us, how our cousins relate to us, how our colleagues relate to us. But how many of us have really taken the time to deep dive and understand, who am I? How many of you here in the room have actually done that? See, look around. Very few of us. Right? What is it that I believe in? What are my likes and dislikes? What are my core values? We all know the core values of the companies that we work for or the organizations that we work for. Do we know our own core values? Some of you may say, why do I need to have a core value? I'm a human being. Core values are for organizations. No, ladies and gentlemen, core values are for human beings as well. Because that is what drives you to do what you do every single day. Right? These are your non-negotiables. Right? For some of us, a core value may be honesty. For some of us, a core value may be punctuality. Right? It could be anything. And there is no good core value or a bad core value. A core value is a core value. So spend some time to know yourself, to understand yourself. What is it that I like? What are those non-negotiables in my life? Because only when you understand yourself, can you project that out to the world. Only then can you own it, right? We talk about, oh, you should own yourself. I just spoke about I do me. How do I do me? I do me because I know who I am. Right? Of course, it takes time. It's not like, okay, one day I'll sit, I'll make some notes and yay, one eureka moment has happened and I know everything. No, it takes time. And even today, as much as I'm standing here on the stage talking to all of you about personal branding, I am still discovering new things about myself every single day. Every human being that I interact with, I learn something. So it doesn't stop. The learning never stops. But the idea is be open to learn. Be open to listen to those cues. Be open to find those cues and understand what can you learn from those situations, from different scenarios. Right? So coming back to personal branding, of course, this is all part of the personal branding. So one thing about personal branding is, first understand who you are. Because only when you know who you are, can you actually spend time in building and developing and enhancing your personal brand. Right? Like I said, we all form opinions about each other when we see them for the first time. Now, rather than looking at another person, think for yourself. How do I want to be seen as? What do I want to be known as? How do I want my peers to talk about me when I'm not in the room? What words should they use to describe who I am? Should they say efficient? Should they say honest? Should they say loud? That's okay, there's nothing wrong in that as well. Even though loud usually sometimes is a negative quality to have, but that's okay, that's who you are. So what is it that I want others to say about me? Right? So one, identify who am I and what am I believing in? What is it that I will never negotiate on? 2, never compromise on. 2, how do I want others to see me? How do I want others to describe me? Right? Simple example, I want people, when they interact with me, I want them to go back saying, that was a pleasant interaction with this lady. As much as I don't like to be called lady, I know, I'm in my 40s. It's time people call me auntie, lady, whatever. Chalta hai, right? What is it you want to be called? Elegant, you want to be called graceful, you want to be called subject matter expert. What is it that one term, 2 terms, 3 terms that you want for yourself? And that is when you start investing time in building your personal brand. Because personal brand is essentially what is being said about you when you're not in the room. I'm sure you've all heard this quote. I'm sure you've read this everywhere. Right? So, personal branding starts with authenticity. We've heard and overheard this word authenticity, have we not? Yes, I have. I'm kind of sick and tired of it also, but well, the fact is you have to be authentic. Does anyone know how to be authentic? Be yourself. But it's easier said than done, no? If you understand yourself. You had something to say. Don't try to please people and change yourself to their needs. Yeah. Be transparent. Yeah. So like I said, see, the answers are here in the room. I am not teaching or preaching anything. We all know this. That's the beauty of the topic that I'm talking about. We all know this. How does it matter what others think of us? We are human beings. Whether we like it or not, we want others to like us. Is there anybody here who doesn't care if people like me or not? Of course they will. And trust me, no matter what you do, and forgive my Hindi here, I'm a North Indian. So if there are any North Indians in the room, you will understand what I'm talking about. So I'll give you the example. There's a wedding in the family, right? There will always be that one Poopa ji or Mama ji, you do the best of the best, उनको फिर भी शिकायत रहेगा. क्या कर सकते हैं? कुछ नहीं कर सकते हैं. जो अपने कंट्रोल में है, what is in our control is what you work on. See, I think I'm reasonably dressed today. I think so. I would like to believe that. But somebody will still come and make a comment. बोलने दो, उसको entertainment मिल रहा है. As long as I am sure that this is, if I am not sure, if I am not confident, that is giving the other people more space to say things about me. And then I'll get impacted by it. So that's why I'm saying first be sure of who you are and what you want. Only then go around. Because then you will end up becoming like a people pleaser. We don't want to do that. Does that help? Right? So, where was I? Yeah. So I was talking about authenticity. Right? Nobody teaches us how to be authentic, right? Authenticity is nothing but being brave to be who you are. Again, like I told our gentleman here, it's easier said than done. Our conditioning is such that we are always told to put a facade, put a mask. Don't let anybody know your real struggles. Don't let anybody know the challenges that you're going through. Right? I was just discussing with the lady sitting next to me that we're all, told to put up this front, that everything is okay. Don't talk about your problems. But you know what? There are problems. There are times when I'm doing sessions with my clients and they come up to me and ask me, and if I don't have the answers to their question, I don't try to act like, हाँ मुझे सब पता है. I'll tell them that, okay, look, I don't know this, let me get back to you. That is being authentic, right? That is being real. So, being the courage to be yourself is being authentic. Now, authenticity covered. Now, let's go back to the basics, right? I love to keep things simple. I don't like to complicate things. Like I said, you all know this already. So, for me, personal branding is nothing as simple. It's something simple as A, B, and C. Yeah? So, A is your appearance. How you dress, how you present yourself, your book cover. Right? The colors, the way you dress. I'm not saying wear the best of the brands and always be like in your formals, but be well put together. Because whether we like it or not, people are judging us. There are opinions being formed about the kind of shoes we are wearing, the kind of earrings we are wearing, the kind of makeup we have. Oh, that jacket is nice. She's wearing a nice jacket. We're doing that. Whether we like it or not, we are all doing that. And again, don't do it for others. Do it for yourself. Do what makes you feel comfortable, right? So first is your appearance, the way you are presenting yourself to the world. It could be at work, it could be in social situations. That's the A of your personal branding. B is your behavior. Of course, Shubha here is the subject matter expert. I can only touch a little bit in terms of how are you conducting yourself. What are the mannerisms? How are people left feeling after an interaction with you? Did they find the interaction pleasant? Did they feel agitated? Did they feel, oh, this person is very aggressive? We've all had these different kind of people in our lives, right? Where there's suddenly somebody who's like very aggressive and you don't want to, like, you're just uncomfortable in the presence of that person. Something about them, we don't know what it is, but there is something about them that makes us uncomfortable. Do we want to be like that? Do I want people to say, oh, she's very aggressive? Right? So, how do you work on your behavior? You need to be mindful. You need to catch yourself when you're getting carried away by emotions, right? And yes, I agree, don't suppress your emotions. Be aware, be conscious, know what to do and what not to do. There's this whole concept of workplace etiquette. Now again, it's not, you can't have the same etiquette in every workplace, in every scenario. I can't give you a list and say, do this, everything will be fine. It doesn't work like that. It is very situational. It is very based on who is the person in front of you, right? So being aware, being conscious, being mindful of what is happening around us is what will directly impact how we are behaving. And again, will impact our personal brand, how people are seeing us. The third one, the C, and it's a no-brainer, is your communication. Your verbal as well as your non-verbal communication. Verbal is very easy. We're all best at what we do, I'm sure. There's no doubt about that. Choice of words, what to say, no problem there. We can do our research. We can put the right words across. What about your body language? Right? You may be saying something, but your body language is communicating the exact opposite. When the purpose is defeated. Because then the trust is not, you're not able to build the trust with your audience. And if you're not able to build trust with your audience will not like you. And there again, your personal brand goes down. So your body language is very, very important. And it doesn't matter whether it's while you're on stage, while you're physically meeting someone, even if it's online, it matters. If you're on on an online meeting, just that little rectangular screen, even there, ladies and gentlemen, your body language is being observed. Whether we like it or not, we are being judged every single minute. Does that mean that I always have to be at my best behavior? Once you start doing it, once it becomes a habit, it comes naturally. Then there's no effort needed as such. Right? So that's the A, B, and C of your personal branding. Now there's also a D to your personal branding. Any idea, any guesses what the D is? Come on, this is a young crowd. You guys should know what I'm talking about. D. Dynamism, no. But D stands for your digital presence. How many of us are there on LinkedIn? Oh, wow. Of course, you have to be. Right? How many of us are there on other social media platforms? We're all there. And you know what? You're being judged over there as well. Let me share something with you. 90% of the speaking assignments that I get are purely based on how my LinkedIn profile is. I'm being judged there. Of course, that's the line of work I'm in, right? I'm sure you would have, a couple of you, whoever the speakers were, the panelists, whatever workshops have happened here, you all would have gone and checked, do I want to hear this person? We all do our homework, don't we? And there's nothing wrong in that. Now ask yourself the question, if somebody was to go to my LinkedIn profile, would they be interested to know more about me? And I would like to stick to LinkedIn only. Because the other social media platform, that's a personal life, that's a separate side of who we are. But just think of LinkedIn. What do you think? It requires effort. It does not happen automatically. What you write, what kind of pictures you put. Don't put a selfie of yourself on your LinkedIn. How many of us have selfies on LinkedIn? Only. So you'll go and change it right now. I know that. Right? It doesn't take a lot. Just ask a friend to take a picture of you while you're at work and put that up on your LinkedIn. Because we are being judged. We are being rated constantly. We're not even aware that we're doing it. That is the whole idea. That half the time, not half the time, most of the times, we're not even aware that we're judging the other person or that we ourselves are being judged. Now imagine if now that you know, it's very simple, right? It's A, B, C, D. There's no rocket science. It's not like you have to put in a lot of money, you have to put in a lot of effort, none of that. It's just about being appropriate for the work environment that you're in, for the audience that you're interacting with, for the people that you're standing in front of. It's about being authentic, being true to your own self, who I am, believing and fearlessly being yourself, not being ashamed, not having any second doubts. Because again, that is something I would say is part of our Indian conditioning, that we're always second guessing ourselves. I still do that. Even though I'm standing here telling you guys don't second guess yourself, I am second guessing myself from day to day. As an entrepreneur, it's not an easy journey. I'm a solopreneur, not even an entrepreneur. I don't have a team. I just have a bunch of interns working with me. That's it. So I'm constantly, is this the right thing to do? Am I doing the right thing? Do I need to do more? Do I need to scale up? Do I need to hire someone? Have I made the right choices? Constantly. So I'm sure even for you guys, you must be constantly wondering, right? Am I doing the right thing? Am I not doing the right thing? So don't be so harsh on yourself. Even if you've made a wrong decision, even if something did not work out in your favor, take it as a learning. Learn from it, grow from it. There's again this beautiful quote that I came across the other day. Grow through what you go through. Right? Because every opportunity, everything is an opportunity to grow. Every interaction is an opportunity to learn. It's very easy to get bogged down and say, "Arey yaar, things are not working in my favor. What do I do? My life sucks, and mere saath hi hota hai, and everybody else is doing well." It's very easy to go down that track. And it can happen, we can do it like this. And then there's no coming back from that, trust me. Instead, change your mindset and say, what can I learn from this? I'm not saying don't feel bad. It's okay. Give yourself that time to say, okay, things did not work out. Because again, then don't suppress what you're going through. Acknowledge, learn, reflect, and move forward. So that acknowledging part should be for a limited time. Because if you're taking forever to acknowledge, then you're just stuck in that rut. Then you can't come out of it. Then you can't grow. Right? So appropriate, authentic, of course attractive. We all want to look good. Who doesn't want to look good? Is there anybody here who doesn't want to look good? Who doesn't want to feel good about themselves? No, right? So why not feel good about ourselves, about who we really are? Because if we are being someone else, you will not be happy. Right? Because you're being someone else. And it takes effort, guys, to be somebody else. It's a lot easier to be yourself once you understand who you are. That is the effort. But once you get to that part, then it's very easy. Rather than every single day trying to be somebody else. It's exhausting. I've been there. I've done that myself. And it happens. It's natural. We get so impressed. We get so wowed by certain people. We are like, okay, I'm just going to do everything that this person does. But you know what? It's that person's journey, not yours. You need to be you. Right? So attractive. And attractive to yourself. Then to others. And my fourth A, which is my favorite, is affordable. Now, affordable, when we hear the word affordable, we only think of the money aspect of it. But also on your mind. Don't do it so much. Don't be like constantly in this rut. What am I doing? What's happening in my life? Is my, am I putting myself out there? Are people, what are they saying about me? All of that is taking up your energy and taking up your mind space. You don't want to do that. Because then your productivity comes down, you don't feel happy. And like Shubha said, there will be implications on your health. Again, I have been there. I'm somebody who was on bed rest for 3 months. For 3 months, when my daughter was 5 years old. And from there, I've come today where 3 years ago, I did a 100 kilometers walk with 4 other team members. Purely because I did not give myself enough time to get stuck in that rut of saying, why is this happening to me? Why is my life like this? I did get stuck there, I'll be honest. I did get stuck there. But then how long can you stay there? There's nothing coming out of that. Because it was taking up my mind space. It was impacting my health. So don't let any negative thoughts, burden your mind. Again, be mindful, be conscious, be aware of what's happening, and quickly see how you can change. Simple things. Go out for a walk, listen to music, do something that makes you happy. Cooking makes me very happy. Lucky for my family, right? Lucky for my family, lucky for my friends. And I'm a good cook. I'm not like below average. I'm a pretty good cook. So when I'm stressed, when I'm tired, I go cook. Or I go for a run. I know I don't look like a runner, but I do run. Right? So whatever it is that works for you. If just going and standing on the balcony, going on the terrace, listening to music, just watching the sunset, whatever it is that is bringing you joy for that little moment where you're feeling overwhelmed with emotions, when you're feeling overwhelmed with negativity, go ahead and do that. Because if you're not in the right frame of mind, you cannot work on yourself. If you're not working on yourself, you're not building your own brand. And if you're not building your own brand, you're not growing. So you see, it's, like I said, it's simple A, B, and C, but there's a lot more layers to your personal branding. So my only, if I was to tell you one thing that you all should go back with today, and I really wish that you do this, go back, sit down, and identify what are my core values. Come up with 5 core values. Trust me, it will not be easy. And while you're at it, write 10 positive things about yourself. 10. It will not be easy again. When I was doing this exercise for myself, I couldn't even come up with 3. That's again because we are so harsh on ourselves. 10 positive things, oh my God. And not that, oh, I'm a good mother, I'm a good wife. No. Of course, I'm the best mother, and I'm the best wife, and I'm the best friend, and I'm the best daughter. Yes. About me. I'm a great human being. I'm a good listener. I'm an okay orator. Right? So, write down your list of your 10 top qualities and your 5 core values and build your personal brand from there. Because people are judging you, ladies and gentlemen. People are forming opinions about you, whether we like it or not, whether we want them to or not. And yes, once you've identified who you are, the naysayers, they will always be making comments. You drown out the noise. And you will be able to do that only when you've done this exercise of knowing who you are, where I come from, what is it that I believe in, and what is it that I want to do. With that, I am done with my session. If there are any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those for you. Thank you so much.
Branding. Often in your personal life, even if you have a personal branding, you know who you are. Often our near and dear ones are there for their agenda to break you and mold you into someone else. So how to counter that?
The only way to counter that is to know who you are. You stand your ground. Right? Things will happen, people will come, they will try to change you. Trust me, when I went about identifying who I am, and this is my belief system, and this is something that I will never compromise on, my closest friends, they could not understand what happened to her. Like, she's a different person. And I've heard things like, you've changed. This is not who you are. You used to be a different person. You've become selfish. This is what people told me. You know what? It's okay to be selfish. Because I can't pour from an empty pot. If I am not happy, if I am not content with who I am and where I am in my life, how can I make the people around me happy? And my job is not to make them happy. Sorry to say, but that's not my job. My job is to make sure I am happy, and automatically the people around me who are supposed to be there will stay. I've lost some friends along the way because of this very reason, and I'm okay to lose them. I express my gratitude to them, and I say, fine, let's move on. I know it's not easy. I'm a slightly emotionally detached person, so I can detach very easily. Some people can't do that. But you have to hold your ground. You have to be sure of who you are, and if people want to say things, so be it. That's the only thing I can say. Does that help? Thank you.
My question is little different. Let's say if I really know who I am, why would I care for branding?
Why would you care about?
Personal branding. If I know who I am, why my existence is there, why would I care for personal branding?
Because we live in a social world, sir.
Then I'm not knowing who I am.
No. So, personal branding starts with knowing who you are. But, whether we like it or not, we are in a social world. I am an entrepreneur. Whether I like it or not, I may say, oh, I know I'm the best at what I do. Last year I was awarded by Women's Magazine as the top 10 image consultants in the country. So, I can sit with that attitude, okay, I know what I'm doing in life. But, I have to interact with people. I can't live in isolation.
No, it's not about isolation. But let's say, if I know who I am, why I exist, then why would I care for my personal branding or anybody else's personal
No,
branding.
but then you want the world to know who you are, right? Or you don't want to know?
No, because once I have known myself, why I would care for world to know me?
No.
Because
So
I have known myself, I have attained highest level of knowledge by knowing self. Then why I would care for somebody else to know me?
So that the world also understands who you are and they don't put the wrong labels on you. We may say that I don't care what people say about me, but the reality of things is that's only probably 1 or 2% of the people who say I don't care. My boss doesn't like me, I don't care. But can we really afford that? My peers don't like me, my seniors don't like me, I don't care. Right? So, just so that we don't get the wrong labels attached to us is why we need to work on our personal branding. Knowing yourself is very good. In fact, that's the first step. But it doesn't stop there. That's what my input is. Yeah? Does that help?
Oh, yes. We
Thank
can
you.
take it offline.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Please just call me Neha. I'm not ma'am. Can we have a mic over here, please?
Hello. Hi, Neha. So I wanted to ask, I mean, if you have your personal brand created, but it sometimes, I don't know why, due to some bad luck or something, it happens that your manager likes this XYZ person and he will still be his manager only. You know, you do your level best, you give everything, but you don't get what you want to do. So in that case, how to again rebuild your personal brand in such a way that only your qualities needed for that position are seen.
So my question is, are you building your personal brand for your manager to like you?
No,
or
for my personal growth.
For your personal growth.
Yes,
so I
yes.
understand at that point of time, maybe your manager is in charge of your personal growth and maybe that's why you want your manager to, kind of give you the opportunities that you think you deserve.
Yes.
And that's why you're thinking of realigning your personal brand. Go ahead and do that. But I would still say, stick to who you are.
Yes.
Even if you're moving things around, even if you're changing a little bit about yourself, don't become a different person.
Yes.
Just because I want my manager to like me. Because then
Exactly.
you're not being authentic. And then you'll get caught in the loop of, I'm not being myself, I am not happy. And then, you'll get caught again. So sometimes, for whatever reasons, we can't always understand why, but showcase what is that skill set that is needed for you to get to that next level, right? Yes. And that's where probably your LinkedIn and your communication comes in handy.
Got it.
Yeah?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I think we are done. Any other questions? All right. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening in.
Thank you so much for the interactive session. Thank you. Yes. So we'll have a closing note now, just like bear another 5 minutes. And we're just waiting for the other workshop people to join us. Just give me another 2 minutes for that.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, thank you all for making it here today, for braving the Bangalore traffic, and not just Bangalore, for coming from all across India here today. So a big shout out to all of you for making it here today. Y'all can give a round of applause yourselves. So a note, at the end of the slide, there'll be an instruction of how y'all can collect your goodies or swags. So please bear up for another 2 to 3 minutes with me. So first, to begin with, let me again introduce myself. I lead the Women Techmaker program here in India. And this is a very special day for me, as I've just joined Google, and I feel this was the biggest event coming forward. Thank you so much. So I feel something we all learned from today is that dare to be, the theme, is just not an action. Rather, it's a mindset which we all need to have, from beginning from the networking we've done to all the sessions and workshops we've attended. It's not just something you have for yourself for today, but rather something you'll will want to take back, build on, right? So it's, at the end of the day, it's a mindset you'll want to cultivate and grow with. Secondly, I also want to talk about how all of this cannot happen just by yourself. It's about growing as a community and never alone. As I was preparing for this behind stage, my manager was telling me about how, this event couldn't have been pulled off without us all working together. And again, we have so many amazing speakers, so many amazing panelists, but without us working collectively together, all of them wouldn't have been in this place all together, and y'all wouldn't have been here, right? So I feel that's something I want to learn, and I ask y'all to take back, that always work together, network with each other, and that's how y'all can make it to the top. So a quick small activity. I know y'all know each other around y'all, but quickly turn around, share LinkedIn profiles, Twitter handles with the person next to you, behind you. I'm going to give y'all a quick 1 minute to do that with the person next to you. So y'all can start sharing your Twitter profiles, LinkedIn handles with each other. I can't see anyone doing it there. Quick networking. If y'all know your friends around, turn around and you can share your handles as well. That'll be a quick networking for y'all as well. Done. So moving on, as you must see, this picture shows clouds with all different shades of gray and blues, right? So that's exactly how our journeys are at the end of the day. You might have your good days and you might have your bad days. I've not had the most pleasant days to make it here, but I think at the end of the day, I would like to say that this event was definitely a success to get you amazing people out here. So thank you all once again. Now, moving on to the 3 main things I would like to reinstate. First to begin with, thank you all for coming here. I would love to celebrate you all, celebrate our successes, and hoping that we could see a world where women in tech can really thrive, right? So moving on, the WDA applications are open. You all can quickly scan this QR code to sign up. I will leave it for a second. If y'all aren't able to scan it from here, there's a standee outside as well, so you can feel free to scan it, but do not forget. So if y'all did have a great time and y'all would like to see such women-led initiatives and groups in your companies and organizations, we are also partnering with a lot of ERGs and companies, and we would love to have, talks in your colleges and companies. So please feel free to scan this QR code, which will again be outside, and tell your company's name, and we'll try to reach out to them as well. This is something we're really looking forward to this year. And yes, this is the main part. Please give us your feedback, how we could improve and how we could do much better the next year. And after you fill this feedback form, you can go and claim your goodies outside. Your swags will be outside waiting for you all at the registration desk. And let's stay connected. This is my Twitter handle and my LinkedIn as well, so you all can always stay connected. Looking forward to being connected with all of you. Perfect. I will go back to the feedback form so you all can fill that back. And thank you so much, everyone. It was lovely. It was a lovely, lovely evening. And a big round of applause to you all. Thank you. So once you show the completion page after filling the feedback form at the registration desk is when you'll be able to receive your swag. So please note that. Thank you so much once again.